Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto is expected to preside over the conferment of city status to Eldoret town today at a ceremony to be held at the Eldoret Sports Club. The clamor to elevate the North Rift's largest town to the country's fifth city after Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu and Nakuru started in 2018. Already, the beautification works of the town and commercial hub have been completed, with synergies destroyed by angry protesters 2 months ago reinstalled. Uasin Gishu Governor Jonathan B says the city status will attract more investors to the region.
Excitement in the region is because we're going to be elevated to that status. It is not only elevation, but we want to look at the benefits that come along with us being elevated to a city status, that we are looking forward to attracting investors from outside and inside Kenya. We will make it as hospitable as possible.
Eldoret residents have high expectations ahead of today's ceremony. This man is one of them.
Tuko na matumaini haswa ya kwamba tunapokuwa inji ama chimbo ambalo limeweza kuenuliwa, kuna benefits mingi. Kwanza tunaamini ya kwamba ile mkao wa serikali kuu tutaongezewa kuanzia bilioni 9 mpaka around bilioni 12. Pia kuna hospitality kama mahoteli itakuwa imepanuliwa, kwa kuwa tutapata sasa zile mahoteli kubwa kubwa katika mji huu wa Eldoret. Pia mambo ya matibabu tutahakikisha kwamba imepanuliwa, miundo msingi pia itakuwa imeundwa. Hizo ndio matumaini yetu tukiwa wakaji wa Eldoret.
Jubilee Party Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni has dismissed claims that former President Uhuru Kenyatta played a role in the formation of a broad-based government. This comes a day after Azimio leader Raila Odinga claimed that Uhuru asked him to talk to President William Ruto to resolve the crisis occasioned by Gen Z-led anti-government protests. Speaking at a press conference on Wednesday, Kioni alleged that the information by Raila on Uhuru was inaccurate.
Uhuru did communicate to Kenyans through his letter that he was consumed by Kenyans during, I think it was on the 25th of July. And if you want to know his thinking, his position, and why you have to really be careful about what Raila said and what I hold to be untrue, it is not accurate, then you know that what Uhuru Raila said yesterday was really a misleading position.
Kioni went further to emphasize that Odinga's claims were inaccurate.
Kila mtu amekuwa akitaka kusema ya kwamba wameongea na Uhuru. Kila mtu. Hata sasa hii ukisikia Mount Kenya kwa masishi. Uhuru. Everybody is looking for validation from Uhuru. But it is important to take responsibility. There is no point of throwing words or dropping names of individuals if you think that the decision you took was wrong.
The National Assembly Committee will vet Inspector General Police nominee Douglas Kanja today following his nomination by President William Ruto. Kanja will appear before a joint session of the National Assembly Committee on Administration and Internal Security and the Senate Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations. Upon successful approval by the Parliamentary Committee, he'll replace former IG Japhet Koome, who resigned last month. Kanja has previously served as Deputy Inspector General of the Kenya Police Service, Commandant of the General Service Unit, Deputy Commandant of the General Service Unit, and County Police Commander in charge of Kilifi County, among other high-level positions within the ranks of the National Police Service. You might experience power interruptions today if you are in Kiambu, Nakuru, Uasin Gishu, Kakamega, Meru and Mombasa counties. Kenya Power says the interruption will take place at diverse times between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. and will allow them to carry out maintenance works. A senior Hamas official has told the BBC that it will not participate in the indirect talks on a Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal due to resume in Doha today. The Palestinian armed group wanted a roadmap for implementing the agreement and would not engage in negotiations for the sake of negotiations in order to provide cover for Israel to continue its war, the official said. The talks are still expected to take place even without Hamas, as US, Egyptian and Qatari mediators say they could use them to put together a plan that resolves the remaining issues. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
102.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kisumu.
Below, ninta, yeninter, ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. And you must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, "Now you, fellow, you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat."
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning and welcome to Thursday. All right, what's happening where you are this morning? Let's look at traffic that's starting to build up. Coming into the city from the Thika Superhighway, we'll have some traffic getting towards Survey. Of course, still early, and folks who are getting out, now is the time to get out so that we don't get stuck when it comes to traffic hour. This morning, we'll take a look at the Eastern Bypass where traffic hasn't started to build up just yet, but we're likely to see that do the thing later on. On Uhuru Highway, you're fine getting into the CBD, and coming out of Westlands, also all clear is what we're given this morning. Let's see what happens as we get through it this Thursday, and in the meantime, let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning. At a few minutes after 6 o'clock, 9 after 6 on this 15th day of August. How are you doing? And welcome to Thursday, the first Friday of the week. And here we are kicking it off into Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. Hope everybody's doing all right. Getting into it proper. Hey, CT, good morning.
Morning, Dio.
How are ya?
Very well. And how are you?
Oh, well, 2 frogs in my throat and all of that, but...
Yes.
We'll see.
So your throat is amphibious.
Yeah.
Well, it's good for me. It isn't as cold as it has been.
Yeah.
So I would say it is good.
The winter's coming to an end, which is,
this winter is good that it comes to an end. And how are you doing?
I'm okay. Well, apart from that, I'm alive. So this is a good place to start always, as they say.
It is.
Yeah. Today, a number of conversations to be had. So Eric is here and not here. And there is a conversation that will be taking place from 7 a.m. this morning. It is the launch of the Kenya Skills Development Community of Practice program under education, and that will be happening today at 7. And Eric will be there moderating that panel, and we'll patch into that from 7 to 8. So we're together, yet not together, but together kind of thing, right? So that conversation takes place at 7 o'clock, and we'll patch into that from 7 to 8. And so that will be followed by a conversation we'll have at 8 a.m. here in the studio. We'll be talking with two individuals, Dr. Victor Mongera and Gaida Abdallah Omar, and we'll be looking at the future of Kenya through the eyes of young scientists. The young movement is across subject, it's across platforms, and we'll be looking at through the eyes of science this morning at 8. And then at 9 o'clock we'll be talking about, the education systems, British system, it's the British curriculum, I beg your pardon. The British curriculum and the CBC. And we'll be looking at why we need to re-examine our education system, conversations about that. Many schools who offer CBC are now starting to offer the British curriculum. And we're looking at the differences between the two, what needs to be reevaluated, what needs to be evaluated even from the beginning. So that conversation takes place at 9 o'clock. Yeah, so just to give you a little bit more information about that conversation that happens at 7 when we patch in with Eric. It's going to have the PS TVET, the PS Industry, and the PS for Labour. They'll all be on that panel, and we'll be looking at a number of things this morning. So that happens from 7 o'clock. So as we continue conversations today, we'll take a look at what is also happening around the country. A number of interesting conversations to be had. So thanks for being here, wherever you're tuned in from around the country. Our live streams are up on YouTube and also streaming on X and on TikTok. Karibuni sana, and thanks for joining us this morning. Even as we get into it, let's take a quick look at what's happening with the weather, and then we'll come back. Ednah said something to me. I didn't hear her very well. What did you say, Ednah? Okay, so we'll look at that in a minute, and we'll look at that weather in a minute. All right. The machines are not doing. All right, looking at 14 degrees and cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 24. We'll see highs of 24 in a mostly cloudy Nakuru, currently at 13. It's cloudy at 14 in Nyeri, going to highs of 23 and lows of 14, and 12 degrees and cloudy conditions in Eldoret with highs of 22. Looking into a cloudy Mombasa, 23 with highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 29 in a partly cloudy Malindi, currently at 23. 19 and clear in Kisumu with highs of 28, and into Kakamega at 17 degrees. It's mostly cloudy, going to highs of 26 and lows of 16. Kampala at 19 is cloudy, highs of 27, and we'll look at 22 and cloudy conditions in Dar es Salaam, going to highs of 29 and lows of 22. All right, looking into a clear Johannesburg at 6 degrees, highs of 21, and into Mogadishu, it's going to be sunny through today. It's 24 degrees, highs of 29, and Addis Ababa at 12 is mostly clear with highs of 22. Looking into Lagos, 24 and clear with highs of 30, and Kinshasa at 23 is mostly cloudy with highs of 31. It's a sunny day in Beijing at 29, Thursday afternoon, highs of 32 and lows of 24, and at 19 it's cloudy in Paris with highs of 28 and lows of 17. London is cloudy at 17 with highs of 23, and New York Wednesday night is clear at 24. Coming into Thursday, we'll see highs of 29 and lows of 21.
Chilled Spice. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Okay, so it continues, and let's say good morning to you guys today. How are you doing? Checking into the room already. A quick hello to you, and quite a number of you in. Peter Chiari, you say good morning. Your character is who you are when nobody is looking. Absolutely. Takulandirani Ndu means welcome. Ah, okay, that's what it means. It had to be something, isn't it? Good morning to you, Don Sabwa. Good to have you in the room. Yes, indeed, the Mpox outbreak is quite something and has to be looked at. Even Zintabo says good morning to everybody. Frederick Chaboy is here and says good morning, Spice team, tuned in from San Diego in California. Tibbs Muga says good morning. Thank you always for the hard work. Thank you for being here every morning as well. Robert Tobogo is tuned in from Mombasa. Desmond Ortiz says remind Ednah to say hi. Ednah, say hi. Ednah has said hi, waving hi in the sky. And we should tell Kenyans that Azimio is in the government. Ruto is also busy doing travels in preparation for international travels. Okay. Good morning, great people. Kansas is well represented. Good morning, Joel Adondi. Joe Mungai is tuned in this morning and says, welcome back home. Thank you very much. Onganyi Malala says, good morning, good people. Leo, good morning to you. Glad to have you here in the room this morning. James Kamau is also tuned in and says, good morning, Situation Room. Getting you loud and clear here in Forney in Texas. And Blue Muonmali says, happy Thursday. Spices from Toronto. Super Spicy, thank you for being here this morning. Jeffrey Mogaka is tuned in. Kweni Nasiku Mufti. Mufti is what? CT? Mufti is thumbs up. Marida.
Excellent. Wonderful.
Mufti is wonderful, excellent, Maridadi. Okay. Ismail Sultan says, good morning, Kenyans. Salam. Good morning, Team Spice. Tuning in from Baidoa in Somalia. Great pleasure to be here. Thank you so much, Hussein Ali. Ian Jomo says, good morning, tuned in from Nyeri. Samuel Murathi is also tuned in. Chris Maura says, good morning. Fred is here. Judy Wangari, good to see you. So great to have you in here this morning. Thank you so much. Yamo says, good morning, Team Kubwa. Isaac Gashema is also tuned in. Ifaloba Orioy says, Ndu's back. Yes. Dennis Marando says, good morning. Alex Mnai says, good morning as well. John Gishuki, we see you. Thank you, brother. Thanks for always being here every morning. You can't hear anything? Peace. Can you hear me? I think you should be able to, at least by now. Everybody trickling in this morning. Good morning from Doha, says Bernardo Kello, and happy birthday to your daughter indeed. Team Spice, keep it top this morning. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here today. Honestly, we don't take it for granted that you fill the room, even as we get into having these conversations with you every day. All right. We are in the Central African Republic.
We are.
Okay.
We are in the Central African Republic. Yes.
Proverb for today.
It's a very interesting country, that.
Yeah?
Yep, it is.
Bangi.
Yes, here I was saying Bangui. So excuse me. Sir, it is not Bangui, it is Bangi.
Yeah.
All right? By the way, this republic was established in 1958.
Okay. Independence or named?
Named, you become now established. Can you rule yourself a little bit?
Okay.
And then when they got the independence from France, this was in August 1960.
Okay.
Then, this country is interesting. 16 years later, they decided, you know something? What the heck? Let's become an empire.
Even after independence?
Independence was good enough. Gives you an opportunity to now self-regulate and self-empirate. So they became an empire.
Okay.
Then, not very long, following year, the president called Bokassa was coronated. It was a huge thing. I remember reading in the papers. Crown that was almost half the size of his body. Anyway, then in 2 years down the line, he was told, you, sir, go on an empire somewhere else.
Wait a minute. The president became the emperor?
Yes.
Okay, that's cool. You can do that for yourself.
Yeah, he coronated himself. But that empire, I think, didn't last long. 2 years.
Out.
It was overthrown. Yep. The proverb. Those who are born on an ant hill take a short time to grow. Those who are born on an anthill take a short time to grow.
Paula Sana. Okay. Let me now dig my brain. Those who are born on an anthill take a short time to grow.
So it would appear.
Grow into what? Height, life, strength.
Well, if you're born on an anthill, you already have...
Because an anthill is quite, if you look at the proper anthill
they're tall.
In these areas, they're very, very tall.
So if you're on top of it, you already have...
You're already halfway there. Voila. You've been given a head start, essentially.
That is exactly what it is. It's called a head start.
Okay. Okay.
But this proverb is interesting, isn't it?
Very.
One shouldn't take it literally.
If you look at the flip side of it, if you haven't been given a head start, you have a longer way to go.
Yes. But the question is, do people take advantage of that head start?
C'est la question.
Yes, it always is, isn't it?
Okay. Want to mull over it? Let's see what people have to say about that as we get through today. Let's take a look at the headlines, shall we? For what we do have. On the front page of the Standard today, salaries, crisis hits varsities and counties. Oh my gosh. Empty pockets and suffering for thousands of workers in public universities and county governments after salaries were delayed. And some institutions of higher learning warned they could not or would not be able to remit full pay, but instead just a fraction following a serious crisis occasioned by delayed treasury disbursements. Akuna what?
Pesa.
Akuna pesa. Meaning what? 50% salary. Some universities have warned they will pay a graduated fraction of their salaries, with some getting as low as 50% of their monthly pay. Most affected universities include Technical University of Kenya, Moi University, and Egerton. Is it Egerton? Egerton? Egerton. Whatever you want.
Egerton.
Egerton.
Okay. You know what you're saying.
Got it.
Yes.
9 is the number of county governments that have delayed staff salaries. Most affected counties: Nakuru, Narok, Bomet, Nyeri, Laikipia, Nyandarua, Samburu, Kakamega, and Nyamira. And this is all being chalked up to no money coming from Treasury. We've got to make do with what we have until the situation gets better. It seems to be a biting one. We'll look into the details of that story as we go ahead. Protests. No more masked officers in civilian clothes. This is coming from the courts, I guess, that officers cannot just be walking around unless they, number one, identify themselves by their uniform, and they cannot cover their faces. Okay? Celebration time for Olympic stars. They're coming home, and let's see what the government has to do for them. Africans on edge as Kenya steps up Mpox surveillance. Kenya enhances surveillance and diagnostic capacity as declaration by Africa CDC puts the continent on the forefront of interventions. Rah, rah, rah. Okay, Standard Group's new CEO vows rebirth of the firm. Looking into more details of that as we go ahead. Okay, CT, you have the People Daily?
I do, but let me just run through the headline in the Star. Bless you. Relief in varsity fees, pain, as Ruto announces state support. President terms fee structure as misleading. Now listen to this one. This one you're going to enjoy. Orders varsities to issue new letters.
Is this not the same varsity we talked about in this headline for the Standard?
It's the same varsities. Remember, letters were sent. Varsities have been trying to explain the new structure. President has now spoken, which means everything that I think these guys have been saying and then some have been nullified. All right? Why Oginde faces removal from EACC. Okay? Interesting, isn't it?
Very.
Mudhoni Okoh, new varsity funding model is flawed. You know, if we get back to basics, really, there is no funding model that is ideal and foolproof and fireproof. None.
For the universities?
None.
Has there ever been one that has made sense from the beginning?
No, it has to be a work in progress. It always is a work in progress. The problem isn't, if you ask me, the model. No. Our issue is always with the implementation. But we'll discuss that later, isn't it? All right. Senate proposes 11 senators to probe Mwangaza Oyster bid. Tempers flare as rival youth groups clash in Kilifi. Right. Elders slam government over stalled projects. My goodness. Right, that is the Star. Now let's look at the People as they occur to us daily. Okay? Trailblazers, Kenya's new AG. This is the story on page 6 of the new AG that the delightful country of Kenya has, a lady by the name of Dorcas Oduor. This is a seasoned. How many times have I said seasoned?
3, but throw one more in there.
Seasoned.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's been in these corridors for a long time. Yes. Ruto's empty promises. That's bang in the middle of the paper.
As it should be.
Yes. Integrity. From rooftops of his fuel Gaza to State House, President has been trumpeting pledges that remain unmet. Shakahola, how victims were forced to fast for 38 days. Protest, compensation of victims of police brutality during demos led by Gen Z. Austerity, cut down the number of advisors and parastatals by 50%, reduce spending. Theft, push amendments to anti-graft laws to ensure corruption cases are cleared within 6 months. Impunity. Funny people these, eh?
Oh, good Lord.
Funny people.
Humor on a Thursday morning. But
yes, okay. Impunity. Stern action against police officers implicated in brutality, abductions, extrajudicial killings. Kwani, do these police inform themselves? I mean, do they take instructions from themselves?
One would wonder.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but I'm so tickled. And the whole category has been labeled theft. And under theft, these things must happen. So you're aware of the issue. You know that it's happening across board. And then you've now suggested that within 6 months, all of these things must be cleared. Really?
It's actually tragic. It's actually tragic. It's tragic.
See,
we're dealing with simple things that can't be resolved. And yet we talk of mega things that we are to do. Simple things. Simple. Things which should be met on a daily basis. Those ones go unmet.
Just because? Choose.
It's choices, really. I'm stuck on that report that the Auditor General gave of 1 trillion shillings that cannot be traced and given. And yet we want to borrow a similar amount. All this energy, can we just focus on finding that 1 trillion? Wherever it went, so that we bring it back. Because once we bring it back, then this problem that we're talking about, see, it will stop being a problem.
And it's just there. It's just there. You can just actually find it.
Yes, it can. It can. So as far as I'm concerned, why don't you give a look-see on what is happening in the nation?
All right. Thanks for that, City. Okay, so got the paper toss. Let's look at the front page of The Nation this morning. Excuse me. Inside, look. There's a heist, and I think we can even do a movie this morning. 1.5 billion shilling equity bank heist. Inside of it, fraud. On the 10th of July, the Internal Control Department at Equity Bank detected a flurry of suspect transactions from the bank's salaries account. In total, there were 47 withdrawals, and the funds were quickly transferred to multiple accounts held in other banks. Kenya's second biggest bank by asset base had just suffered a heist, with brazen masterminds making away with 1.5 billion meant for the lender's salaries and other emoluments. That is on page 4, and we'll look into it. Mount Kenya love affair with governor impeachments. That's a story that's also making the front pages. The impeachment trial of Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza, her third in less than 2 years, has exposed the populous Mount Kenya region as the most politically volatile and restive in the country. An analysis of impeachment motions brought against government shows that Mount Kenya has recorded the highest ouster bids since the advent of devolution in 2013. You could look at it like that, or you could say that the people of Mount Kenya are taking no nonsense when it comes to governance. Okay. It would appear as though Kalonzo is in a dilemma, according to this front page story. Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka is in a political dilemma, whether to cut links with ODM's Raila Odinga or continue working with him, hoping he will back his 2027 presidential bid. This is one to see, is it not?
It is actually.
Outcry over Kenya plan to introduce tolls on key roads. Should key roads across the country actually be tolls so that you can raise money for maintenance of said roads? We'll see. A journalist has been fronted for the BBC Komla Dumor Award. Congratulations there. and we look at a little bit more in terms of headlines, and some of these stories will go into the details of the same. Something else you want to headline, CT, before we take a break?
Well, let me just look at the Star. Mackenzie used lorry to ferry his followers to Shakahola, top right-hand corner in Till Green. Why don't we take that break, then we can go on with the other.
We'll look into the more stories as we come in to look into those details. Let's take a quick look at what's happening on the roads this morning as traffic starts to build this Thursday. And then we'll come back and talk in detail about what's going on in the headlines.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good news. Good news for the soccer lovers across Kenya. Very soon your lifestyle will never be the same. Crazy, crazy memories of the lively football matches.
Happening everywhere.
Introducing the new season of the English Premier League football matches.
Another gem of a goal!
Starting on the 16th of August 2024, exclusively on SpiceFM. Catch the upscaled, heart-throbbing season's football commentaries from the ever-zealous soccer commentators and presenters. EPL, Soka Katambe. Only on SpiceFM.
What? My head is aching, shoulders paining, and it's like I'm adding weight very fast.
Now, by the way, see, I thought you are...
No, I know what you are thinking.
Now, when you haven't heard about Aga Khan Hospital, they have a wellness program.
Aga Khan University Hospital has made medical checkups more available through their subsidized wellness package at 9,950 for a comprehensive medical checkup. Don't wait for a health scare. Do your health check at the Aga Khan University Hospital clinics in your neighborhood today. Get your vitals checked today. Call 0111 011 888 for more information.
Hey, baba boy, gas imeisha, shopping imeisha, na ujue tokens bado zinalia.
Msupa, nipe mbao na 20 minutes.
Mbao, like 20 bob.
Hey.
20 minutes, kwani kuna nini? Na ujue mimi nataka kupika haki.
Jaber, kwani ujui dakika mamilini every 20 minutes, halafu wanapea na 10 million every 20 minutes, na hadi kuna 3 millionaires every hour.
Taka mamili virahisi. Uko na nafasi 3 ya kuwa millionaire kila awa. Usipitwe. Cheza daka. Ushike mita yako sasa. Chagua nambari zako 4 za bahati and win up to 10 million every 20 minutes. Nenda kwenye paybill 440440. Account Spice amount. Cheza na shilingi 20 hadi shilingi 2,000 na ushinde mamilioni. Daka mita. Kuwa bingwa.
Okay, at a few minutes after 6:30, let's take a look at what's happening on the roads this morning. And still, actually, not much. You'll be able to get in and out of the city probably without no problems at this point. Quick look at the Thika Superhighway says that traffic is not going to be a problem, at least for now. Let's see what happens as we get closer to 7 o'clock. Also, as you're coming in from Westlands, you'll be all right. Also, outbound, folks who are making their way out towards Limuru, safe journey. Then, as you also come back into the city, we'll keep an eye on things for you. Also, let us know what's happening in your neck of the woods, and let's keep things moving this morning, and we shall talk on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so it's interesting that while one of the things on the list in terms of what's going to pull out proper governance and etc. is theft, I want to take a look at this bank heist that goes on before we come back and look at, the salaries crisis of what happened. And, everybody's going to ask, okay, so how? Okay, let me tell you. The bank manager in this particular bank, which is Equity Bank, and this story that happened, is a key suspect in a 1.5 billion shilling heist. Remember that story that was in when it was like prison break all over again, when a few gentlemen, I don't know, they dug through a wall. Was it in Thika Town?
Mm-hmm. It was in Thika Town.
It was in Thika Town. They didn't make up, excuse me, they didn't make off with 1.5 billion, but they did, and as people are getting bolder and bolder. Excuse me. So on the 10th of July, the Equity Bank Limited Internal Control Department detected a flurry of suspect transactions at the salaries account. So they just saw money moving. They're wondering, Allah, what's going on? Now, there were 47 withdrawals from the payroll account. The money was quickly transferred to multiple accounts in other banks, and they saw this thing moving. Now, whenever money is sent from one bank account to another, systems on each side communicate details of the transactions, including the names of the individuals or entities exchanging the funds and the amount, indicating everything is above board. That communication in bank lingo is known as corresponding credits. Yes, Mr. Rateng? Okay. In the case of the 47 transactions, there were no corresponding credits from the Equity Bank side, making it appear like the huge sums had appeared out of nowhere, miraculously, otherwise known as Gafla Bin Vu. The raised suspicion from the internal controls team, which quickly reviewed the transactions for confirmation details. The review indicated that Kenya's second largest financial institution by asset base had just suffered a heist, with the masterminds making away with 1.5 billion meant for the employees' salaries and other emoluments. Equities Bank head of security Kevin Mwangi reported the matter to the Banking Fraud Investigation Unit of the Directorate of the Criminal Investigations the following day. Now, preliminary investigations by the DCI, according to court papers, established that the credentials of Mr. David Mashiri Kimani, the bank manager at the Group Processing Center Salaries Processing Unit, were used to process the transactions totaling to 1,545,887,140.49 Kenya shillings. That his credentials were used when he was on leave, and the fact that he has a valid passport made Mr. Kimani the top person of interest in the fraud investigations. He was picked up from his Thogoto home, Kiambu County, on Sunday as the rest of the family members were in church. Okay. He didn't go to church that day. The rest of the family was in church, so they came and picked him up. Witnesses said that 10 armed men knocked on Mr. Kimani's gate around 11 a.m. and left with him in a convoy of several vehicles. Another group of hooded armed men stormed the Mathioya residence of Mr. Kimani's father, Peter Kimani Mashiri, 12 hours later. Detectives believed he too is a person of interest. Now, security camera footage released by the Mashiri family showed the men who abducted the former politician had their faces covered and were carrying guns. Some were carrying battering rams, believed to have been used to break the gate and doors to the house. The gunmen disconnected electricity to Mr. Mashiri's home, stormed in and forced him in a vehicle before speeding away. One must ask, was the drama necessary? Surely. Kikuyu Police Commander Ronald Kirui yesterday said no reports had been filed on the abduction of the Equity Bank employee or his wife. We don't have a report of any police station in Kiambu County, so one must ask, who took them? And where are they? Mr. Ndegwa Njiru, the lawyer representing the family, said on Wednesday that the banker's wife is still missing. The woman's whereabouts are still a puzzle to the family and the legal team. Njiru said he and the family are worried she has not been seen at their Thogoto home or anywhere else. The lawyer added that the woman's mobile phone has been switched off. Now, according to court papers, investigations have revealed that the scheme was hatched at Britam Towers, which with more than one unit at the bank involved. According to detectives, Mashiri took sick leave in early June when there was communication between the salary processing unit, the finance department and reconciliation unit requiring them to align to the bank's policy and guidelines in regularizing accounts. The investigations continue. In the meantime, 1.5 billion shillings is gone. Can they see where it went? That's the question.
What I find that stands out in this, just read that column again.
Which one?
The number of people, the paragraph, hooded, battering rams.
Yeah.
Just read so that one gets a clear picture of the firepower that went to collect this guy.
It's one guy that was collected, just so that you know.
Yes.
Witnesses said about 10 armed men knocked on Mr. Kimani's gate around 11 a.m. and left with him in a convoy of several vehicles. Another group of hooded, armed men stormed the Mathioya residence of Mr. Kimani's father, Peter Kimani Mashiri, 12 hours later. Detectives believe he too was a person of interest, and that is why they needed to collect him in this manner. The men who abducted the former politician had their faces covered and were carrying guns. Some were carrying battering rams, believed to have been used to break the gate and doors to the house. They disconnected the electricity to his house, stormed in, and forced him in a vehicle before speeding away. It's good, no?
Yes.
Okay.
There have been reports that the gentleman who has the DCI it has been claimed that he has said that the DCI cannot possibly have been involved in these abductions. That as far as they're concerned, as DCI, when you arrest someone, you take them to a police station.
Yes, no.
They do not have other places where they can take people. But what alarms me about this, once the protest began, even before the protest began, we heard of bodies in River Yala, people who've disappeared, people who are still being looked for to date. But immediately on the 25th of June, when the protest began, one of the things that we kept seeing repeatedly was captions of people who had been shot, people who had been abducted. Okay? Now, the numbers keep growing and they differ. When you have a protest such as the one we had, and you're told 60 people or thereabouts were killed, the number who've been abducted or who can't be found is unknown. And yet their bodies have been strewn all over the landscape of this particular city and beyond. What does that remind you? Those of you who watch movies about these narco states,
right?
What you will find is a great similarity. Whether you're talking about Colombia, Mexico, El Salvador, 10 years ago, it began with the abduction of a few people. Then the numbers increased. Then the disappearances. It is something that is similar because this one seems to be on the increase. Someone is arrested. You do not know where they are. Where do people go when they are arrested? Where are they taken? It's something that one must point out and one must mention, because if it is a trend that continues, then this will be the way that human beings in this country are being dealt with. Something happens, people are sent, and you disappear. Now, it sounds people have disappeared because someone close to you has not disappeared, so you do not know the pain.
Exactly.
But people whose loved ones have disappeared and have ended up killed, you cannot even imagine what it is they feel in terms of pain. This seems to be a growth industry in the country currently. This must be spoken about, and we must not be silent on this one. Because
disappearing people.
Yes. And then people are killed. In the absence of clarity as to why people are being arrested and where they are so that they can be found, if the narrative that gets hold of this situation is that we are a country where people are disappeared, we form the ranks of the countries I've mentioned, and Chile, who began all these things God knows how many decades ago. That's where the term the disappeared came into being.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But you must ask then on what grounds, because it is really chilling and it is worrying to think that, look, I mean, the law has to stay its course. We know this, that if there's a reason why somebody ought to be picked up or a question about their behavior or character or, something needs to be asked, then do that within the confines of the law. By all means, bring them in, ask them to have a conversation with you. And if you find that there's something, then follow the course of the law. If you find that there's nothing, release them. But you get to the place whereby I hear what you're saying, that you get into the position where you're living in a state. That's number one. Freedom of speech is a said thing, but then it's really not practiced. Or freedom of movement and association and things like that are actually not freedoms. Yes. But the fact that people can be taken in broad daylight, their destination unknown, their existence, CT, unknown, that you don't even know if they're alive. Like this fella's wife, for example, where is she? There's camera footage that she was taken. Where did she go? Who took her? Where have they put her? Where is the father? What was the need to have more than 10 masked men pick him up to ask questions about a possible bank heist? Was that necessary, or is there something else that we do not know?
The problem is this thing is becoming normal.
It is. It's normalized now, and that is very, very scary.
It's becoming normal.
It's
so
very
that
scary.
Anyone who appears, it doesn't matter what you do, pick your choice. if you run afoul of the law or you are a suspect in anything, the likelihood of disappearing is great. This is no longer being arrested. It's no longer being taken to a cell. No. It is disappearing because people do not know where you've been taken.
If the Kikuyu police commander himself can say, of all the stations in Kiambu County, we have not recorded their presence. Okay, where else could they be? You have a network of police stations around the area. Okay, if they've been moved to some far-flung place for whatever reason, say it. Why can't these things be put out in the open?
You know, what began as people's bodies and body parts and pieces being found all over the landscape in forests and in rivers, and it was something that happened every once in a while. This government swore, this government promised that this would be a thing of the past, this particular government.
Not once.
And what we're seeing is that it's an increase of the very thing they swore and said would be a thing of the past. It is a clear and present danger. It's with us every single day, and it seems to increase. So the normal manner of arrest now is this.
And that you're away until whenever.
Yes.
Until whenever they choose to
a large
produce
group of people do this, heavily armed, with a battering ram, and then you've disappeared.
No, it can't be the norm. Unfortunately, especially since, number one, it was promised, and you gave your people some kind of comfort, a promise that this would not happen again, and here we are seeing it happen, and that everybody, think about it like that. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you are from. It doesn't matter what your worth is. That everybody is at risk of this happening to them.
You know what the real danger is again when you look at this? A government that seems to have understood the needs of the citizenry, and yet this continues to happen. Do you hear the Minister for Interior talking about this issue? No. The president, who then was campaigning, he talked about this at great length. Do you hear him even speaking? Because I can take the view that if he's not speaking against it, then he must know about it. If he must know about it, then who is giving instruction that this is the way to go about doing these things? Enough said. Let us look at the big relief for students over varsity fee agony.
Okay.
New letters will indicate amounts to be paid after government support. Damage control. Present term structure misleading orders issuance of new letters. These things cause confusions. Page 4, they do cause confusions. Okay? Government funding depending on household income. That is band 1. Band 1, we went through this, didn't we?
Yep.
95% government support. Band 2, 90%. Band 3, 80%. Band 4, 70%. Band 5, 80%. All this government support, okay? Examples of varsity fees to be withdrawn. Bachelor programs, 145,000 to 720,000 per year. It's a lot of money, man. University of Nairobi, Humanity, Anatomy, Pharmacy, Medical, Physiology, 307,000 per year. Egerton University, Bachelor of Science, 307. These amounts, as stated, are beyond the reach of the vast majority of parents in this country and those who would want their children to go to university. And even with government support, there'll still be a problem. There is no model really that one can say is bulletproof or one can say that is a proper fit. But the president talks about this. There's a whole body of people who went through the business of trying to restructure this thing. The president wades in. And when the president wades in, it means everything that you've been saying is nullified. It's not going to ease. If they're saying it'll ease, it's going to cause more confusion. Because letters were issued. You're saying new letters will be issued. People will come to the university. Imagine the day people report. Just imagine the day people report. You assume every student who's supposed to get a letter will get the letter. What about those who don't and those who come with the old letters? This thing is going to be chaotic.
I think it already is. And we're dealing with, we're dealing with a situation where there was unfortunately a lot of window dressing done. How is it actually going to be solved? We're getting back into this period where students are going back into school, where this now new funding model is actually supposed to now start playing out properly. HELB already told us they don't have money and that they're waiting to see what will come through. If from the ministry that the monies that were supposed to have been disbursed have not happened, how will this actually come to fruition? How will it play out? Does the funding model actually make sense? How do you determine that one person needs it over the other? And then how will you fill those holes? This is all happening at the same time when we saw the headline of the Standard today being Varsity workers, same Varsity that we are speaking of, face delayed and slashed salaries. Now, money to pay universities comes from where? Government. If there is no money to make that happen, and we're also now talking about a grant system for students to be able to attend university, coming from where? Government. How is this going to happen?
More university employees have already boycotted work over delayed pay. Okay, just so that you understand. When we read a statement that is alleged to refer to the president, I have given directions this morning that universities issue new letters telling parents how much the whole course costs because they are misleading the parents, causing unnecessary panic.
Who is misleading the parents?
The university. How?
How do you mislead the parents? Let me read the story for you. Just a minute, CT. Then we can come back to that. Workers in public universities, these are some of the public universities that you've just mentioned, Abi, are facing a financial crisis as their monthly salaries are now now uncertain due to troubled funding from the state.
Yes.
The same state. The Standard has learned that most public universities have issued circulars to both teaching and non-teaching staff, alerting them of impending changes in salary payments, citing reduced and delayed capitation releases. Universities have informed staff that full salary payments are no longer guaranteed. Not that they will delay this month, not that in a couple of months it's going to look dicey, but that it is not guaranteed. We cannot assure you that going into the month end of August, for example, that you'll even get your full salary. Why? Money is not coming from the Treasury. Now, in some institutions, salaries will now be paid between 50% and 65%. This situation has prompted the Academic Staff Union to call for a strike beginning September, coinciding with the reopening of institutions for a new academic year. This is the September that I was just talking about.
Which is next month, really.
Exactly. Constance Wasonga, who is the Secretary General of the University's Academic Staff Union, said from September this year, there will be no learning in public universities. We are issuing a 7-day strike notice. There will be no university education in this country if the government does not take this seriously. They seem serious. Some communications from universities to their staff seen by the Standard reveal the extent of the crisis. In a memo dated August 13th, Technical University of Kenya Deputy Registrar Stephen Karanja informed staff that the institution could not disburse full salaries for July 2024. That was August 13th. As a result, some staff in grades 2 to 4 received only 65% of their salaries. The reduction in funding has unfortunately created a deficit in our ability to pay the full salary amount for our staff for July 2024. And this was coming out on the 13th of August. The reduction in capitation funding is a significant blow to the university, which has faced financial challenges in recent years. Consequently, the university has been forced to cut back on spending in various areas, including academic programs, a big one, research, and student support services. The reduction in salaries is also likely to further diminish staff morale, which is also already under pressure from increasing financial strains. Oh my goodness. So what do you think is going to happen to my prep project when it comes to capitation that's supposed to go to schools? What do you think is going to happen? Are we not staring down this tunnel of things just going awry through and through? No money coming from Treasury. Things cannot happen at Varsity. What do you think is going to happen with secondary schools, other schools that are supposed to receive capitation from government? Meanwhile, the 27th of August is looking at us like this and schools are opening.
Yes, they are.
Capitation under former CS Makshogu was supposed to come out for the second part of first term. That money was supposed to come out when schools were closing for second term.
Did it come?
No, please.
Yep. And did we complete the capitation for that particular term?
No, please.
No, please. So it keeps mounting, doesn't it?
Where?
Same pot. Same pot. Same pot. Now there's the issue. You know the thing that I find amazing, and what is going to be a tall order. All the statements that have been made by politicians specifically the ODM politicians, specifically Raila Odinga, with regards to members of his party joining the government to make things better, the spotlight is on them. How are things going to get better? Because anytime something goes wrong, it will not be at William Ruto's government. No, will be William Ruto and Raila Odinga's government. That is exactly what's going to be said.
It will be.
Yes.
It will be. Look, it brings us back to the very reason why Kenyans were on the street in protest and continue to protest some things, because we are back to the boiling pot. And when we start to see, or when we begin to imagine that it is not about cronyism when it comes to leading a country, it's not about who you can put in a position so that you can color or buffer their ego. It's not about making yourself look prime, that you have given your friends or you've given your people or you've gotten into bed with the opposition. What happens to people's lives? Look at it now. There are people who work, who support their families by virtue of the fact that they work in a public university. Their salaries, problem. You're also looking at students who have gone to public university and by virtue of the fact that they're in a public university should be able to bear, or rather should be able to have the benefit of a university education. That is already doubtful. The new funding model has all these bins that need to be filled. Guess what? There are no funds to fill the bins. Right? Okay, we go back to school, secondary school, primary school, where the state takes care of some of that payment for teachers, takes care of some of that tuition payment. Are we going to see a situation where we're going into the third term of the academic year and capitation will not be sent? If we're going to follow the trend, for goodness sake, counties are crying about the same thing. Their salaries have not been paid. They're looking at a situation whereby they may not be paid. Where is this money going to come from? Miraculously, is going to sort out capitation when we're going into third term. Where is it going to come from? Let's just be practical. Where is it going to come from? Are those not the issues that were being taken to the streets? But somehow we think that this has all been sorted out because now there's a broad-based government.
You know something? A new awakening comes with rude shocks. And as we enter this phase, right now is a calm before the storm. What? Schools are in recession. People are going to go back to school. All these things that we're saying are going to come to a head. And there'll be a constant. If indeed what we read is true, and that there isn't enough money, and that the universities are going to have a problem, you're talking about public universities across the country. It will not be one universities. More universities just seem to have decided that they are going ahead. They're talking about the problems they're having. They've gone ahead. The way these things work, it starts with one university, then it'll go to another, then it'll go to another, and then it'll go to another. And then you'll suddenly find all public universities have a similar problem. So even with all these matters that we are referring to, if the people who are supposed to ensure that learning takes place are not working, how is learning going to take place?
How? I mean, I've just read a comment here on socials, and I mean, I'm glad that you guys are sending in those comments, because truly, you get to the point where you can talk yourself hoarse over some of these things. It is not a matter of that you do not know. And that's what, it really got my goat when I read the statement from Raila Odinga when he said that he had to inform President William Ruto about the issues and to explain to him why Gen Z were on the streets. Are you kidding? Can you not see? Do you not feel? Can you not hear what people are saying to you? How difficult it has gotten?
Well, the president is back on his horse again. If you listen to the statements he's making, we're back on track.
Where?
The same promises that were being made, if not grander, bigger ones. Like that road that is being spoken of, remember? When he was in Kisii, talked about this road. You know something? That same road, if you go down memory lane, Uhuru talked about that same road and even talked about funding that we had received. These stories of funding, roads, means, budgets. When you hear budget from government, it means that money was set aside at some point. Why was that road never completed? Why do you need to fund it again?
I'm tired.
It is a tiring thing.
I can't.
It is a very, very, very tiring thing. Very, very, very tiring thing.
It really is.
Yes.
Have to keep talking about it, though. We do. Absolutely necessary that even while all these things were going on, people were being made to fast for 38 days. The Shakahola continues. Thanks, guys, for always being here this morning. We'll continue with the conversation. Good morning, 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza's impeachment case will be heard at the Senate plenary on Monday and Tuesday next week. The Senate on Wednesday held a special sitting to hear the charges made against Mwangaza after 40 out of 69 members of the Meru County Assembly voted to impeach her. Here's House Speaker Amason Kingi.
Honorable Senators, order. Senator Mundigi.
The clerk to circulate documents received from the parties, including the plenary hearing program, to all honorable senators by close of business on Sunday, the 18th of August 2024 by 5 p.m. The Senate shall investigate the matter in plenary on Monday, the 19th of August and on Tuesday, the 20th of August 2024.
The senators voted against a motion proposing the establishment of a special committee to hear the grounds for Mwangaza's impeachment.
To avoid being salamiwad by the Gen Z, Mr. Speaker, it is better nowadays to put things on the open, because committees sometimes in the nature, Mr. Speaker, can sometimes escape the attention of the public, Mr. Speaker.
Njia ile ambayo itachukuliwa ni njia ile ambayo sisi sote tutafuatilia, na sote tuko hapa, tutajadiliana na tuona ni njia ipi inafaa kuelekea.
Many of the people who are shouting plenary here, we have been with them through these processes before. You will be sitting there and there will be 3 people in this chamber.
Mwangaza was last week impeached for the third time in 2 years on 3 counts: gross violations of the Constitution, gross misconduct and abuse of office. She took to her X account on Wednesday to express joy at the Senate's decision to probe charges against her through plenary. Over 3,000 employees of Moi University have launched a go-slow boycotting work in protest over frequent salary delays and other workplace frustrations. They've threatened to escalate the situation into a full-blown strike if the university management fails to address their grievances promptly. The workers, led by union officials Richard Okoh from the university's academic staff union and Meru Chepkwemoi of the Kenya University Staff Union, have petitioned President William Ruto to intervene.
Pressure uko naye, ujalipwa mshahara, umepetea management pesa na hawapeleki bank. Bank zimetupeleka east west. Watoto wanashangaa, mama unaenda kotini kufanya nini? Pesa zenyewe zimechukuliwa na Moi University. Is it really fair? For 7 years hatujalipwa bank loans. Alafu mtu anakuambia fanya kazi. 8 months contracts wajalipwa, unaambia mtu osha choo. Aje sasa. President Samoei, Dr. William Ruto, kuja okoa Moi University. Kama ni kuchange management na cancel. Kone ama kesho ukifungua city, kuja Moi, ukimalizana na city. It is not city without Moi University.
President akuje kilia na atupe ile promise yake ya kwanza. Alisema tukiwa KSS ya kwamba tumpatie 2 months atengeneze hii university irudi kwa kiwango ambayo inatakikana.
The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, or EPRA, has announced fuel prices starting today to mid next month. The fuel prices have remained unchanged in the latest review. Super Petrol now retails at 188.8 shillings, diesel at 171.6 shillings, and kerosene is now retailing at 161.8 shillings. EPRA says the prices are inclusive of the 16% VAT in line with the provisions of the Finance Act 2023, the Tax Laws Amendment Act 2020, and the revised rates for excise duty. A UN report says Africa's prevention measures in the fight against new HIV infections are paying off. UNAIDS says Sub-Saharan Africa has achieved the steepest reduction in HIV cases compared to 2010. Kenya, Malawi, Nepal and Zimbabwe have reduced their number of annual new HIV infections by 75% and are well on track to reach the target of reducing new HIV infections by 90% by 2030, according to the report. However, the report shows that new HIV infections are on the rise in some regions, including the Middle East and North Africa. Other regions seeing a surge in infections include Eastern Europe, Central Asia, and Latin America. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, where are you this morning? If you're on the Thika Superhighway, then you'll see that there's traffic coming in on Survey through towards the city. As you get towards Muranga Road on the Globe Cinema roundabout, that's going to clog up. We're going to see that happen. But for now, I think you'll be fine. Getting into the city shouldn't be a problem. Also on Kiambu Road, I don't know what happened on Kiambu Road, but we're not seeing so much traffic as we used to the days gone by. Just a little bit of that as you get towards Muthaiga Square. And then as you get onto Pangani, it's going to hold up just for a little bit. All right, a quick look at the Eastern Bypass shows also that nothing much is happening there. Mombasa Road is looking good all the way from Mlolongo all the way, teke, as we would say, through towards the city, going past the Nyayo Stadium roundabout, nothing happening here. You'll be fine. Landis Road, different story. Clogged up coming in from Jogo Road at the City Stadium roundabout through towards the Haile Selassie Junction. And so that's going to be busy. Looking at traffic coming in from Gong Road through towards Haile Selassie also is looking good. Folks, decided Thursday we're going to push this thing and not have too much of an issue. Let's keep an eye on things and see how they progress through traffic hour. We'll talk in the meantime. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
At 7 minutes after 7 o'clock, good morning to you as you're tuned in to Kenya's biggest conversation, wherever you are around the country. And our live streams are up on YouTube, on Facebook, and also on X. And welcome also to our audience who stream on TikTok and KTN. Thank you so much for being here this morning as we continue into our conversations. Have you gotten a health check recently? It's a good idea for you to do so. The Aga Khan University Hospital believes, you know what? It is necessary for you to know what's going on under the hood as you go along your daily life, right? So for 9,950 shillings, you can go in and you can get the whole kit and caboodle, find out what's going on under there, making sure that everything is running smoothly and believing that health is actually wealth and that you can get through it with no problem whatsoever. Sawa. So for that amount, go in, get checked, make sure that everything is okay through and through, and live life at its optimum. All right, and while you do that, health means that you can play and watch football. The EPL is getting into its full throttle. Is it not, City? The Community Shield happened on Saturday.
Yes. And that heralds a new season.
It does.
Yes.
So, scintillating, riveting matches played through the week and also into the weekends as the 2024-2025 English Premier League gets into it. And guess what? We have the rights. So, SpiceFM, Birur FM, and Radio Maisha getting into it. Every time there's a match, there will be live commentating, and you can actually hear and see what's happening with that. So tune in for a riveting season this EPL this year. All right, we're getting into a conversation for this hour. And as we get into that, we're going to cross over to the Boma Hotel, where Eric Latiff is seated, waiting to start the program for the launch of the Kenya Skills Development Community of Practice. And he'll be on a panel this morning with a number of permanent secretaries who will be talking about skills practice and what all of that is about. So the Situation Room, live on ground with Eric Latiff as we get into that this morning. Eric, over to you. Good morning, and how are you today? I think we're going to connect with Eric in just a little bit as we get into that conversation.
Good morning and welcome to the Situation Room live on location. We are at the Boma Inn Hotel. How are you doing? Live on SpiceFM, on KTN Home, on KTN News, on YouTube, on Facebook, on TikTok, on X, everywhere on Radio Garden. Asante sana for joining us. Now, why I'm here is because we are launching the Kenya Skills Development Community of Practice. And this is something we're going to be discussing for the next 1 hour. I'll have a panel to have this conversation with me. I'm going to quickly introduce the panel and I'll ask them to hold the mic as I introduce them. I have Dr. Juma Mohona. He's a Principal Secretary in the State Department for Industry. Of course, you know, in the Ministry of MITI, Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, or is it Investment, Trade and Industry, PS? Always confusing me, but it's the same ministry. Then we have Dr. Wanjiro Kariuki. She's the Secretary for Skills Development in the State Department for Labor, of course, in the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. John Tue, Director of Projects and Partnerships in the State Department for TVETs, and Caroline Njoke is a Chief Technical Advisor at the International Labour Organization. So we're here. It's a big day for launch of this, and I just want to start by understanding what this is. What is the Kenya Skills Development Community of Practice? I think I would just want to start with you, PS, Dr. Mohona.
Thank you, and I'm happy to be back here because this is really where I've belonged for the longest time in the TVET sector, and the skills in the TVET sector have come a long way, and basically what we are trying to say is from where I come from in industry, we have 13 manufacturing sectors, and we need skills for us to be able to manufacture, to be able to run industries in each of those sectors, whether it's pharmaceutical, agro-processing, construction, cement and clinker, iron ore and steel. And so I am here really for me to say, because when I talk to industrialists, the issue they want to say is we want skills that are relevant to each industry and to each sector. And so now that we are talking about sector skills, then my take on this will be to say, how do we get skills that will drive our pharmaceutical industry? How do we get skills that will drive our crop processing? How do we organize it? How do we have cross-ministerial committees and interactions that ensure that the skills that are being demanded in the pharmaceutical sector are properly elaborated within the committees, and the students, eventually where we need the students who turn into our labor force, acquire the skills that we need to drive a pharmaceutical industry that is also changing, that is taking up new technology, that is really evolving. So remember, we are targeting a moving target, and so I am here to make sure that we have skills that change with time, that also modernize with time, that really provide us with efficiency, and we are able to produce profitably, because remember, for us, the bottom line for industry is for you to manufacture profitably, and you need skills to do that, and you need skills that are properly aligned at all levels.
Okay. I want to come to you, Dr. Wanjiru Kariuki. You're the Secretary for Skills Development in the State Department for Labor. Why is it important that we have skills development? And then also, why is it important that we launch this community of practice?
Thank you. I want to first say that this idea was born in Italy by 20 officers from TVET and labor and industry. It was sponsored by ILO, and we went to do a course called Academy of Skills Development. And we spent 2 weeks learning about skills development. And on our way back on the plane, we were all exchanging ideas. How can we take this forward? And that's how this community of practice came out. So it was airborne, and now we are bringing it to the ground.
You are grounding it now.
We are grounding it now. So this community of practice has actually been established to link skills supply to skills demand. We have very many stakeholders in this ecosystem, and we need to sit down and talk to each other so that we reduce the skills mismatch that is contributing to high youth unemployment.
Okay. So what is it that you discussed on that flight back home? Clearly, you've spent some time, you've trained, you have gone through this, and then you are wondering, how do we make it fruitful? What are the things that you thought would be quick wins, and what were the things that you thought would be challenges?
When we were discussing the issues on how to establish a community of practice, we were concerned about the skills mismatch. It was on our minds throughout, because from the course that we had taken on Academy of Skills Development, we had gone through all the issues of labor market information, micro-credentials, qualifications, and therefore we said, how can we bring this knowledge into this space where we now speak to each other, create a dialogue so that we can get long-lasting solutions to the skills mismatch, so that we address this youth unemployment. And of course, you can see what is happening. If we can address the youth unemployment, I think we can make great strides towards improving economic growth, as PS Mukwana is also saying.
Okay. Yeah. I'll ask you later what the gap was, but let me move on to John Tuay. John, you're the Director of Projects and Partnerships in the State Department for TVETs. Now, first of all, what's this directorate and what does it do? When you talk about projects and partnerships for TVETs, what is your directorate in charge of?
Thank you for having me, Eric. I'm very excited to join this community, and we are in conversation, as Dr. Wanjiru has said, that between us we have the demand side and the supply for skills side, and I come from the supply side of the skills. The role of the ministry or State Department is to provide equitable access to quality and relevant skills. And on the other side of the demand side, we are talking about industry who are demanding our skills, and therefore we need to have a conversation to ensure that the skills that we develop within the supply side are relevant to industry. And that's why we have a number of programs and projects within the State Department that ensures that we skill the youth, we skill everyone that needs to drive industry and ensure that we have employable skills to curb the challenge of unemployment.
All right. Caroline Njoke, Chief Technical Advisor at the International Labour Organization. Yeah, so you sponsored this trip and the learning and the ideation, and now we are seeing the fruit of it. But from the ILO perspective, what is it, what's the importance of development of skill that is relevant to the labor market at any given time? What does it do in terms of, even in terms of the sustainable development goals that we have in place?
Thank you so much, and I'm rather excited at the launch of the Kenya Skills Development Community of Practice. I would say it is one of those investments that you see bearing fruit almost immediately. So really congratulating all the senior officers from government that came up to just have this idea go along. The ILO is the UN Agency for the World of Work, and we are a tripartite organization, and I'll tell you why that it's important to say that right from the outset. So we bring together governments, workers, and employers. And the employers are where the PS was talking about. We have industry in need of skills. And then on the other side, we do have the workers that then would power those enterprises. And for the ILO, we do have a strategy for skills and lifelong learning that runs until 2030 with just 3 key objectives. One is to improve employability of workers. And then I'm sure in this conversation we will go into why are workers employable or not. 2 is to move young people into productive and decent work, because people are working. Question is, are they in productive work, or are they in work that can be considered decent? Is it safe? Does it pay well? Does it give them opportunities to thrive? And lastly is to improve productivity of enterprises. But enterprises cannot be productive if their workforce is not well trained. And so that is why it's rather critical for us as the ILO, the constitution that I just mentioned, to come together and look at how is it that these 3 objectives that I've mentioned will come together. And this community of practice is right at the heart of it, Eric.
Thank you, Caroline. So far, none of us has actually talked about what this community of practice is. So I want to go back now and ask, and I'll come to you, Dr. Wanjiru. So what is a community of practice? What does it mean? Because we're talking about skills development, community of practice. Please break it down to somebody who was not on that plane, who was not in their office.
Yes, actually the community of practice is basically a community of people who have similar ideas and similar interests coming together with an agenda where they want to exchange ideas in a space where you want to build each other. You come up with an agenda, dialogue on it, exchange ideas, build each other, exchange best practices, share knowledge. So that's what this practice is about. That is what this community is about.
Are we saying that before this, people have just been operating in silos? That TVETA has been operating in silo, the State Department for Labor has been speaking its own language, that industry has just been speaking its own language? Have we been saying different things in Luo, in Kikuyu, and Kimeru?
Actually, you have put it, I couldn't put it in a better way. We haven't been speaking to each other very well. For a long time, skills supply was talking to themselves, skills demand were talking to themselves. But now, this community of practice provides a platform to bring the skills supply stakeholders and stakeholders from demand side, sit at the table, dialogue on how we can deal with this problem of the skills mismatch.
Okay, so who manages the community of practice? Is it going to have like a council of elders, a chief, a room where people go into? How do we come together then and make sure that you're all speaking one language?
Actually, what we have done is we have had meetings with the community members. We came up with a constitution, and we agreed that among ourselves, we shall use the code of governance that we developed, elect our officials, and move on.
P.S. Dr. Mukwana, you have been in the skills development sector. Now you're there in where the demand is, and you are talking to industry, and you've heard what the industry has been saying. Is the gap so wide? Is the industry demanding something that we are not producing at all?
Yes, two things there. One, I think, is that if you look at the way we have been producing our skills, as Dr. Wanjiru has said, there has been a mismatch between what we are producing and what the market is looking for. So you end up with a situation where graduates that have been trained in a certain skill do not fit into the job, and so when they come into the job, then they need retraining. And just because of the way our training is designed, but as I have said also, is that on the demand side, technology is changing and expectations are changing. So remember, we are targeting a moving again target, meaning that if we really have to keep pace with producing graduates that are able to then work, that we have to have a very clear alignment between what demand and supply. The second issue that I wanted to talk about coming into industry is industry is not a bottomless pit. So what happens then? That part of the skills that we need is not just to work for industry, but also to create industry, because then so we are looking for people who have skills to be able to produce in an industrial environment, but also to be able to conceive and come up, especially the idea of cottage industries. And so if you look at them, if I just step back a little bit, look at our industry, and I think I've described this when I visited you, is that Kenya and Africa, when you look at our industrial space, we have issues that we need to address. The industrialization as a concept then was an idea that happened in the UK in around 1740, the first industrial revolution. Since then, of course, many continents, US, Asia, China, have experienced the industrialization. When you come into Africa here, as Latiff, as we are talking about the fourth industrial revolution globally, Africa is still struggling to figure out whether we even have the first industrial revolution. And part of this is the attitude. And so for us, we are also looking beyond just skills to function in a factory. We are looking for graduates that have an attitude, that have a yearning to even participate in industrialization, because the question that we are asking is who is going to industrialize Africa? As we talk about skills, we assume that we have enough industries where people can go to work. But from where I sit, what we need more urgently is people who have skills, not just to work in industry, but also to create industries. And so because then that answers the question of who is going to industrialize Kenya. Do we assume that the people that we have in that space are enough? Do we assume that we have enough industries? No. Do we, because as I've said in another setup, if you look at the continent of Africa, 1.4 billion people, this is 17% of the world. But our share of manufactured products in the global market is less than 3%. So we are punching below our weight. So the question then is, do we create graduates that want to work in an industry that is already constrained, that is already too small for all of us? Because I think that the right potential is there. For Africa needs to be making 17% of the global manufactured goods. And for us to do that, so we are just looking for graduates at all levels, both in TVET and universities and engineering, that can really blow up this sector of manufacturing, because we are, if you look at 3%, 17%, we are actually working at below 10% of our capacity. The last issue I want to say on that issue, if you look at manufacturing, for example, in China, Eric, if you put all the 55 countries in Africa, our manufacturing is only 10% of what is happening in China. That tells you that we are punching below our weight. So we need people with entrepreneurship skills. We need people that are able not just to work, but to really invest in small cottage industry so that we can boost our manufacturing.
I like what you've said, developing skills that will create industry. Because oftentimes I've actually had this question being asked, and people just throwing it out there for argument's sake, but it's a good argument and good debate, that when we say that skill is demand driven and demand then is coming from industry, does industry know what it wants? Times are changing, and every time times are changing. Those are in the manufacturing sector. Do they know the kind of skill that they want really?
Yes, and that's why you find, if you go on the industry floor, you find a lot of training going on. So the industry is very clear. As I've said, this is a changing area, the automation, technology, IoT. So there's a lot of innovation that is required. And now there is a very clear, for example, linkage between manufacturing and ICT because of automation, lean IoT. And so we have a very, very robust and changing environment. And remember, for industry, we are looking at a number of issues. Not just that the technology is changing, because when people think about industry, they think about production. But we have a lot of maintenance, we have a lot of repairs, we are looking at productivity, we are looking at how do you convert raw materials into products in the most efficient way, so that you are able to, again, keep your maintenance low, safety issues, the quality of the products that you are producing. So we need graduates that are able to answer to all those issues. And at the end of the day, this industry will only be sustainable if it is able to make a profit, but also make a product that is appreciated by whoever is buying. So when we are looking at skills, we are looking at skills that will give us a quality product that will be able to run our factories, that will be able to maintain, to repair in the shortest time possible. Remember, the turnaround is very quick. If your machine is down, you don't want to, again, have a system that takes 2 weeks for you to get the machine back. So there's efficiency, there's quality, and then of course there's a link between ICT and then mechanical systems, so that you have again that interaction and the whole system of automation. Now we have robotics, AI is coming in, and believe you me, if you go into our factories today, we are already there. People are already using artificial intelligence.
They know what they want.
They know what they want. But I think sometimes we move so far away from the skill supply, that then the skills that we are getting, it's like you are producing somebody who comes in and is way behind what industry is looking for. So, and that's why I'm here to just say what is it that we need. And as I've said, not every sector of industry will require the same skills. So we'll really be having a conversation to say, for pharmaceutical industry, what do you need? Because there are very specific issues that will affect pharmaceutical. If you're talking about crop processing, you'll have very, very specific issues that come in, cold chain and all that. And again, thank you.
Okay. I want to come to you, Caroline, but before you do that, we are running a show, so there are people who may have joined this conversation halfway on KTN News, on KTN Home, on SpiceFM, on all the other platforms. This is Eric Latiff, live at the Boma Inn Hotel, where the TVET Authority is launching the Skills Development Community of Practice. We are discussing that community of practice, who needs to sit at a table to discuss what the industry needs, what the skills developers are developing. These are the institutions of higher learning, be they TVETs or universities. What exactly is needed? With me in the panel is Dr. Juma Muhwana. He's a Principal Secretary in the State Department for Industry in the Ministry of MITI. Dr. Wanjiro Kariuki is the Secretary for Skills Development in the State Department for Labor. John Tue, the Director of Projects and Partnerships in the State Department for TVETs. And Caroline Joke, who's a Chief Technical Advisor in Supply in the International Labour Organization. So, Caroline, to you again. Industry globally, it keeps getting into that moment where, like the PS has told us, because of what they're doing, necessity becomes the mother of invention. They keep thinking, this is what we need, this is what we want. They're constantly training on the shop floor. But how then does that link back into what is being produced? Just tell us that, and then Juma will tell us the role of apprenticeship then in this, for TVETs then to take apprentices to the industry.
That's a very good question. Industry is driven by their bottom line. And so whatever it is that they do, they're thinking about how is it that we improve our productivity to the highest level? How is it that we can stay competitive? And it is not the role of industry to train. That's not their core business. The core business is with training institutions. However, because of the reasons that the PS has spoken to, industry often finds itself to having to invest in improving the talent that they are getting. And because industry has to evolve faster, adopt newer technologies, look at how they can be more sustainable. So we are talking about, for instance, being greener. There is the reality of digitization. And so globally, industry is also looking at how do we bridge the gap between the talent that we are getting and the talent that the training institutions are graduating. And one of the ways that has been found globally to be sustainable, effective, is through establishing platforms where industry and training institutions or the training ecosystem comes together. We call it the sector skills approach. So where we do not have to wait 2 or 3 years for intelligence on the skills in demand, but because we sit together through these industry-led platform, we are continually providing feedback to training institutions. So these are the new technologies that we are adopting. These are the new occupational standards that we should be looking at. And therefore, this is how your curriculums should also be looking at. But that's not enough. There is the role of industry, and industry globally is doing this, where they integrate the training component within themselves, and you've already gone ahead of me, and that is true. For instance, work-based learning, schemes for work-based learning, which I call finishing off. So excellent training, probably you are at 40%. It's never 60%, Eric. That is the reality of training.
Sad, isn't it?
No, it's the finishing is better at industry because there is nuance, there is context, and there is real training on how you do the work with minimal room for mistake, because we are talking about producing juice, a bottle of juice, and getting it to market. So you're not in the lab trying to do things. It's that this is how we produce to remain profitable so that we can compete and keep you employed, because there is also that loop.
So then it's important to then link the trainees to industry, even as they are still learning. So what's important then? What's the linkage of apprenticeship, and especially from TVET side, on making sure that there's proper apprenticeship and linking with the right industry constantly throughout the training?
Thank you, Latiff. In training, within the training value chain, as our graduates exit to the world of work, we are implementing the incubation centers within the TVET institutions to ensure that we prepare the youth or the graduates from TVET to enter the world of work, either to develop their own industries, as you alluded to, or to participate in gainful employment. Now, within these incubation centers, there is coaching and mentorship to package or prepare, ensure that they incubate their talents or innovations, which will, in essence, grow into industries for those people who are entrepreneurial. And within that incubation center also, we have entrepreneurial skills and soft skills that prepare this person to create the jobs.
You see, government is known to be this very slow, heavy bureaucracy that takes a long time to move. So as industry is moving at a speed of 150 kph, government is moving at 15 kph. And so the demand there is very high, and the industry is saying, we want this, we want the other, we'd like to move at this pace. But then it comes to government, we have to think, do we change the curriculum? Do we change the way we are sending our students out for apprenticeship and internship? Do we change how we train our trainers so they can come in? You'll always be too slow. What's this community of practice going to do to make sure that the government is actually catching up? And government here, I mean the TVET, from the TVET side, that the developers of skill are moving at least as close to the speed of industry. Start with you, Chue. And then come Dr. Wanjiru.
Thank you. We appreciate that speed, and that's why we have this conversation, that we have the sector skills committees that we are developing within the CDAC, or Curriculum Development Assessment and Certification Council, that will always be able to know the future skills and be able to revise the curricula continuously to match the demands of industry. Secondly, we are also training with the projects, or project-based training, to ensure that we are with the industry, and we are training with industry for industry. Similarly, we are working with the various development partners to come up with the dual training approach, where we are training at 50% at the institution and 50% with industry. And industry will also be able to update our training equipment to match what is industry.
Still, that's slow. Still, that's slow. What's best practice? I mean, you've studied this elsewhere, Dr. Wanjiru. What is best practice in terms of making sure that skills development is up to date all the time? That we don't have to wait through a 10-year cycle to revise the curriculum, that we don't have to wait until we get new graduates who will come in as new teachers, because the old teachers still are still teaching the old things, and the industry is in Internet of Things. And you go to a TVET and you're finding all the lecturers, they don't know what IoT is all about. They think it's in other news.
Thank you. Actually, I want to say that the government is not as slow as it appears.
Oh, really? It's an illusion. It's doing 20. It's better.
Because actually we've done a lot. In the last 2 years, for instance, last year we developed the National Skills Development Policy. It was approved by Cabinet on 13th December 2023. The Skills Development Policy actually goes into the nitty-gritty of the skills mismatch, and it looks at everything that is causing this disconnect between supply and demand, and then it comes up with policy actions that should be undertaken. So we have made a great stride in that direction, and I think in Africa we might be the second country that has a national skills development policy. The same year, we also developed the National Career Guidance Policy. And again, in the world, we might be the third or the fourth country that has developed a National Career Guidance Policy. Career guidance is very important in linking supply to demand, because it prepares the supply side for the careers that are there in industry. This year, we developed another policy that was approved called National Policy on Linking Industry to Education, Training and Research. This one looks at basically how we can share knowledge between supply and demand. How can we share technology? How can we share infrastructure? How can we work with industry, with supply and demand side on issues to do with innovation, intellectual property? All that is in that policy. So that policy is about to be launched, but it's already approved by Cabinet. And we have also now developed the National Work-Based Learning Policy, which is about to go to Cabinet. The Work-Based Learning Policy, as Caroline from ILO has said, is now looking at work-based learning in a holistic manner, looking at internship, apprenticeship, pupillage, cadetship, all work-based learning in an integrated manner. How can we make it accessible, equitable, quality, relevant, and how can we link it to the decent work agenda? So we have done a lot in terms of policy, and the good thing with policy is that it prepares us to use resources in an optimal manner, because now we have a roadmap that can help us to work together between supply and demand side.
Dr. Wanjiru, what do they do in the other countries? And I know PS will come in at some point, but when you were studying and you were going through this training in Italy, what is best practice? What do they do in other countries? How do they make sure that industry is actually receiving the requisite skilled labor coming in from the training development?
There are many best practices. One of the most important is labor market information. Having a repository of labor market information, which Kenya has. In the Ministry of Labor, we have the Kenya Labor Market Information System. And this one should be collecting labor market information in real time, so that the supply side can be able to align the training as per what the industry wants. The other one, of course, is national occupational standards, ensuring that industry gives us the standards that they require of education and training. And that one we have made headway, because we have established 11 national sector skills committees made up of industry. And we are now ensuring that they develop occupational standards that will help curriculum developers develop curriculum that is aligned with what the industry wants in terms of standards and priorities. So we have put in the mechanism or the backbone to help us start moving in the right direction.
Okay, this information system, you say it's working real time?
Well, let us say the system is there, but we are improving it.
So what currently is it doing?
Currently we
have a labor information system. That I presuppose it's getting information from the labor market. The labor market knows to say, these are the needs, this is what we are doing. And then you're able to see this at the skills development department in Labor Ministry. And then what do you do with it?
Currently what happens is that the Ministry of Labor works with Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. They undertake research on labor market, and they put it on the Kenya Labor Market Information System. Every quarter, there's a labor market report that comes out that tells us how the labor market is behaving. Now, the problem has been is education and training using this information. So that is why you find this community is important, because then education and training gets to know what the other side is doing in terms of producing information, in terms of developing standards, so that we speak to each other, so that they are aware. So that disconnect had been there, but an intervention like this is very important in bringing these two parties together. So that one, we share that information, two, we share the standards, three, we also help each other with training, because industry, as you said, are moving very fast, and therefore we need industry also to come into the supply side space to help us also with skills development.
PS, respond to these ones, because I know you wanted to respond to a couple of things before I ask you the next question.
Yes, I think we need to recognize that although our TVET sector is very old, real change in this sector has come in only in the last 10 years. Before that, you know that we didn't even have a legal framework for the TVET sector, policies to support institutions. So if you look at until 2013, after the promulgation of the new constitution, is when we really focused. In fact, if you look at the government, the way it was organized, that's the first time you had even the State Department for TVET. And then in 2013, we created TVETA. Then we've created which was then to provide standards to quality regulation, accreditation, quality assurance. Then we've also created, you remember we even did know a lot of our assessment was being done at NEC, which was basically very theoretical, until then we brought in TVET CDAC to do curriculum development. We didn't even have a curriculum developer for this sector until again 2013, when you have TVET CDAC to do curriculum development and also to align assessment to industry needs. And then, of course, the Kenya National Qualifications Authority, again, looking at the issue of what is a qualification and how do you then define it, how do you assure that it meets industry needs. And so if you look at as Caroline said, our training for after independence, I think because of our colonial past, those who came ahead of us admired the colonial worker, the man in the white tie and what we call the white collar job. If you look at independence, our trajectory of training, I think then the Africans that were there at that time admired the life of the colonialist. So we tended to move more of training clerks, people in the office, and we did that for a very, very long time. Until we realized that we were producing very many people who want to work in offices that did not exist. And so for me, the turning moment is 2013. We recognize that we have an issue with our skills, with our training, with our TVET system. I could see the way it was a fairly neglected place, the number. So I want to look at three things if you're looking at a training system. The first thing is access on the other side means supply for industry. So we didn't have many TVET institutions. And so if you look at the last 10 years, the number of national polytechnics that we have created, one TVET institution for each constituency, that means success. It means we have increased the number of trainees that we are getting. And so for us in industry, it means that we can access more people. So that is an issue that we have addressed, that with the more training institutions, the more students you enroll into the system, the higher the chance that then you will have good people that are able to work within industry. The other issue is quality. And quality is an element of what you are describing. Quality means there's a good curriculum, there's good library, there's a good ICT training center, and even the equipment that you're using to train. And the trainer, you can see that we are still employing new trainers, because previously then we had also very old trainers that were fairly theoretical. The issue of examinations, some of the TVET before this reality came in, there was a lot of theoretical training and also assessment. And then the last issue, which we are really addressing in this issue, is relevance. Is what you are training relevant to the environment? And that is where KNQA comes in, and other players that then you have to, the Sector Skills Council are able to access. And when I look at this space, within that 10 years, we've created institutions, we've created new curricula, we've created, we've even tried to change. If you look at it globally, part of how do other people address this? If you go to Germany, for example, they have what they call the dual TVET training, where half of the training is in the college and half of the training is in the industry. In fact, I learned when we visited Germany that there's no student who gets admitted into a TVET program if they have not been recommended by an industry. So first of all, you go to the industry, and then the industry says, I am going to train this person. And a lot of that training is actually sponsored by the industry. So the student takes time both in the college, and also half of it is in the industry. And even assessment, part of the assessment, you take your assessment at college, but then the industry will also assess you. And we have also seen this working very well in Canada. And I think based on those experiences, that is why we changed our training system here in Kenya to now come to what we are calling competence-based education and training. So you can see that now we've made it more practical. We are also attempting to do more of the same training at college and training at industry. But as Carol said, it is impossible to produce a graduate that is 100% aligned to industry needs. But with these efforts, and of course, including the issue of RPL, the recognition of prior learning, where we have said part of this training is that we have people already in work that may not have papers. So we can go the reverse way, because you're already doing it, you're using this technology, as you know already. They are skilled already. If you look at our mechanics, the people who are repairing our cars, and that is the dichotomy that I found when I came into the TVET sector, and why RPL was very important. And we found that the people who are doing the job in TVET, masons, mechanics, did not have the papers. And those who had the papers could not do the job. And so and that quite describes our environment. And so if we look at what we are doing now in that sector, is that we are also recognizing that these who are already doing the job that may not have the papers, we can actually step backwards and start to certify them, to assess them, so that we give them confidence, so that what they're doing is informal, so that we formalize their credentials. And I think that, so there's been a lot of, if I look at the last 10 years, from where I sit, there is a lot of effort. As you say, we are moving at 150 kilometers. I think the government is coming up, they're almost at 50 kilometers per hour.
Since we started talking. And I think the more we talk, the more we get closer. Some comments that are here on our live stream. Someone says, the Ministry of Industry has a lot of potential in the African continent, not just in Kenya. We just need more implementation, not additional great ideas that never seen through to the end. So that's the first challenge, number one, PS. How do we make sure that the efforts that will come out of this community of practice will actually be of benefit, not talk, not gathering of information, of data, not using that then to develop a policy and then the policy does not come to the ground? How do we guarantee that what's happening in the boardrooms that is really, really good is actually translating to the ground?
Yes, as I've said, our objective is double. We want the factories, the manufacturers that are operating, to operate efficiently, and to do that they need good skills that are aligned to their needs. But as we have said, we in Africa here, we have a job that we have neglected, which is increasing manufacturing. So you see, when you talk about industry, sometimes we think that we have enough industry, for example, to serve our people and to serve the region. I have demonstrated here that what we are doing is just a drop in the ocean. And if you look at, if I bring it more closer to Kenya here, we are doing a number of issues to boost our manufacturing. For example, our manufacturing was always in a few, 80% of our manufacturing is in 4 towns. So Nairobi, Mombasa, Eldoret, and if you add Machakos, Kiambu, that region. One of the areas that we have now said is that we want each county, each of the 47 counties, to focus on manufacturing. And that's why we've come up with the county aggregation and industrial parks, so that each county, out for all the 47, they have an industrial area. This is, start to think about it. And part of what we're also doing is we have looked at the barriers to entry into manufacturing. Part of it is the high cost of land. For example, if you find a piece of land, 1 acre of land in Kiambu is 200 million, there's no way you are going to grow manufacturing in that space. So we are doing in industry what is equivalent to affordable housing. We are doing affordable industrial spaces. So today, what we are calling the county aggregation and industrial spaces, we are building industrial spaces on public land, meaning that you can access industrial space at a lower cost. We are even going a step further. We are not just building the infrastructure, and next week, those who read my GOV, we are even advertising. We are going to build industrial spaces and put machinery in it based on the value chains that we have identified for each county. So that the only role that a Kenya needs to manufacture is bring your raw materials. So we build a center in Eldoret, we put if it's a maize mill, we put it there. And you, as an aspiring manufacturer, all you need is buy your raw material. Come there, brand your product, call it whatever you want to call it. We mill it for you, we pack it, you leave, somebody else can come and use that machinery. And that way, hopefully we can create many more industrialists. And next week will be very, very specific, because a lot of the construction is 80-70%. Yeah. We are now inviting the private sector to come in, those who want to even put their own machinery. So you can even buy your machinery. You don't need to be a manufacturer. You put it there for other people to use and they pay for it. So we are looking at common manufacturing. We are trying to address the issues that are holding us back from going into manufacturing. Because as I said here, the people who have industrialized, Eric, Europe has been industrialized by the Europeans. China has been industrialized by Chinese. India has been industrialized by the Indians. When you come here in Africa, the question is, who is going to industrialize this continent? And my brothers and sisters sitting in this room, when you talk about industry, when one of us has some little money to invest, industry is not a place we think about. And we think that somebody else will come from another continent to come and industrialize this country for us. We want to demystify this area. When we are talking about the cost of living, I know I'm taking a bit of time. Eric, we can't talk about bringing the cost of living down if we are consuming what we are not producing. So we are deluding ourselves.
That's a challenge.
And that is why we are putting it.
Yes. They don't feel like government is supporting industry and industrialization.
No, we are doing a lot. As I've said, we have even now, we are not just going to the industrial park. I've described the industrial park. Today, if you really want to move into industry, all you need is your raw material, and you look for your market.
Move into a pipes.
If you look at what we have done over the last 1 year, Kenya has signed the Kenya EU Economic Partnership Agreement. What does it mean? It means today
that you can manufacture 15,000 products to sell in 27 European Union countries, duty-free, quota-free. So we are opening up market.
Yeah.
But then when you look at ourselves, the citizens, we are not ready for this. You look at, we are doing the US, we are doing the East African market. Now, if you make a product in Kenya, you can sell in 8 countries across the East African region, and it's not an export. So you can sell to Rwanda, you can sell to Uganda. But so we are opening up this, but we also realize that maybe as a population, manufacturing has not clicked in our blood. So we are really trying to entice our people to say,
to move into that.
Yes, this is the only way we can make the discussion about cost of living. If we are importing 80% of what you need and only producing 20%, how do we even discuss cost of living?
We're not moving fast. So PS, I've got to cut you short there.
So you can see. So
we are
really
running out of time.
Yeah, thank you.
Asante,
you get
PS.
the point.
Point is home, point is made. I think I've just got to have some closing remark here, and I will come to you, Caroline, from the International Labour Organization perspective, the importance of this community of practice and the kind of support that then it needs from industry, from stakeholders, from all stakeholders.
Absolutely. SDG 8 speaks about inclusive economic growth for decent work. And work only arises when enterprises are thriving. And enterprises will only thrive when, amongst other things, but the skills are not the only things for enterprises. There are so many other realities, business environment, etc. But skills are very integral. And so the essence of this community of practice, and why we as the ILO are very excited to partner with the government of Kenya, is that it brings together the ecosystem, the skills ecosystem, and whether it's industry, training institutions, we have workers there, we have business support institutions, to have a very honest and continuous conversation around how to improve things. And everyone within the COP then has their takeaways. If it's the training institutions, they know what needs to be done.
Yeah.
And I believe even other elements, for instance, access to finance for the skilling. Those are elements that would be discussed, integrated into policy. And I know at times we think policy is a little slow, but we cannot work in the absence of policy. And also the actual implementation right now, what do we need to do, is taken away from that. If you allow me, Erica, just one
in
last...
30 seconds.
Sure. Is skills demystifying industry? And I think, PS, this is something that we need to do. What comes into our minds when we think about industry? Is it steel? Is it the very large industries that then makes me, with my graduate, skill from Kabete, not imagine that I can get into that space? Because people with skills can immediately get into the industrialization path. So demystifying that is also going to be something that we have to do. Thank you.
I agree, and I think it's a very important thing. Just like you said, skilling so that you can create industry. It doesn't mean that you skill so that you have to go and work in industry. It can be skills so that you can then go and start. And cottage industries and the aggregation industrial parks come in very handy on this. So I've got to end it here. It's 8:02. Thank you very much for tuning in. It's the launch of the Skills Development Community of Practice at the Boma Inn Hotel. We've been live here. My panelists have been Caroline Njoke. She's the Chief Technical Advisor at ILO. John Tuwe, Director of Projects and Partnerships at the State Department for TVETs. Dr. Wanjiru Kariuki, the Secretary of Skills Development in the State Department for Labor. And Dr. Juma Muhwana, the Principal Secretary in the State Department of Industry. My name is Eric Latiff. Keep it here for more conversations. 3 minutes after 8, news time.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto is expected to preside over the conferment of city status to Eldoret town today at a ceremony to be held at the Eldoret Sports Club. This will make the North Rift's largest town the country's fifth city after Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu and Nakuru. These Eldoret residents are excited about it.
Leo tuko na furaha tele sababu tumepata city ya 5 katika Kenya. Sisi hata tulali tunafurahia sana kwa sababu Mungu amefungulia sisi tupate city. Na bila city imetengenezwa inastahili kuwa city. Ukiona structure yote kutoka county head office inang'ara kama state house. Hata ukienda Rwanda, hii Eldoret ni namba 2 ya Rwanda.
Sisi tunashukuru sana Mheshimiwa Rais kwa kuja kuweka Eldoret kuwe city ya 5 kwa Kenya.
Tunakaribisha wageni kutoka sehemu zote za Kenya wakuje wakae Eldoret na wainvest.
Nimefurahi sana kuona tauni yetu ikiwa city. Hata wakati nimeona sasa vile wamepamba, mimi mwenyewe nimejisikia nikiwa safi kabisa.
The National Assembly Committee will vet Inspector General Police nominee Douglas Kanja today. Kanja will appear before a joint session of the National Assembly Committee on Administration and Internal Security and the Senate Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations. If confirmed, he'll replace Japhet Koome, who resigned last month. Energy and Petroleum Cabinet Secretary Opiyo Wandayi has promised to bring down the cost of electricity and fuel. Speaking on Wednesday at his Kawi Complex office in Nairobi after officially taking over the ministry from Davis Chachir, Wandayi said Kenyans deserve more affordable electricity and fuel. He promised to improve service delivery through roundtable discussions with consumers every 2 months.
I will be keen on ensuring that we maintain an open door policy. That as a ministry, we practice transparency and openness, and that we open ourselves to scrutiny by the public and by Parliament through and through. We shall have to again start to take the matter of communication more seriously, that the public should be able to understand what it is that we are doing at every other time.
The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, or EPRA, has announced fuel prices starting today to mid next month. Super Petrol now retails at 188.8 shillings, diesel at 171.6 shillings, and kerosene is now retailing at 161.8 shillings. EPRA says the prices are inclusive of the 16% VAT in line with the provisions of the Finance Act 2023, the Tax Laws Amendment Act 2020, and the revised rates for excise duty. Jubilee Party Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni has dismissed Azimio leader Raila Odinga's claims that former President Uhuru Kenyatta played a role in the formation of a broad-based government. Speaking at a press conference on Wednesday, Kioni alleged that the information by Raila on Uhuru was false.
Kila mtu amekuwa akitaka kusema ya kwamba wameongea na Uhuru. Kila mtu. Hata sasa hii ukisikia Mount Kenya kwa masishi. Uhuru. Everybody is looking for validation from Uhuru. But it is important to take responsibility. There is no point of throwing words or dropping names of individuals if you think that the decision you took was wrong.
On Tuesday, Odinga claimed that Uhuru asked him to talk to President William Ruto to resolve the crisis occasioned by Gen Z-led anti-government protests. A senior Hamas official has said they'll not participate in the indirect talks on a Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal due to resume in Doha today. He said the Palestinian armed group will not engage in negotiations for the sake of negotiations in order to provide cover for Israel to continue its war. The talks are still expected to take place even without Hamas, as US, Egyptian and Qatari mediators say they could use them to put together a plan that resolves the remaining issues. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, a quick look at what's going on the roads at a few minutes after 8 o'clock. Traffic on the Thika Superhighway is just limited to around Survey, getting into the city, actually beyond Survey, and then now we're looking at the Pangani Underpass where there's a little bit of traffic there heading towards Murang'a Road. Murang'a Road on its own, not too bad. Globe Cinema roundabout moving smoothly. Just a little bit of that as you get towards Moi Avenue, and then it's going to level out. On Kiambu Road, we're not seeing too much of that happening, at least not for now. As you get towards Muthaiga Square is where a little bit of traffic is, but I think we'll be okay for the most part of it. A quick look at the Eastern Bypass, and not much happening here. I think you'll be fine getting towards Cabanas and then towards Outer Ring. Landis Road, totally different story though. It's chock-a-blocked bumper to bumper through towards Haile Selassie. And then on Uhuru Highway, as you get into the city coming in from Mombasa Road, that's going to clog up some. And Ngong Road, very busy this morning. Some traffic then coming in from Raila Odinga Way right around that City Mortuary roundabout. And a quick look into Westlands coming into the city. I think we're all right. Let's talk. We are in traffic hour proper. Let's see what happens as we get into it. SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
10 minutes after 8 o'clock, and coming back into Kenya's biggest conversation, back in studio, on location, and looking at the launch of several conversations around, TVETs and what happens with that. Eric Latiff taking that conversation on ground back into the studio this hour, and conversations continue. Interestingly enough, around science and the contribution of young people towards the sciences, and we'll be having that conversation this hour with two of our guests who are seated in the studio. Before we get into that, what's your health like? Have you looked under the bonnet? Have you tinkered about with things a little bit? And I guess the question is then, why, CT?
Well, the reason why you want to tinker with what's happening in your life is because you need to know your health status. Mm-hmm. Now, Aga Khan University Hospital is saying, if you go to any of the outlets and you have the princely sum of 9,950 Kenya shillings, you will be able to get a thorough checkup. Now, let me explain. Checkup means you will be examined. And if there's any lurking ailment in your body, they will tell you about it. They will also tell you what you need to do about it. Now, every once in a while, you are enjoined into a WhatsApp group where somebody needs some assistance because they have a health issue. That health issue didn't occur on the day you're being told. Whatever it is that has taken that individual to hospital was there for a long time, they just didn't know.
Yeah.
By the time they were being taken, it had decided to rear its head and to let the individual know that it was there in full bloom. That's where you hear people going to HDU and ICU. That's what happens. Now, before you get there, you can know what the problem is and you can fix it. That's what a checkup does for you.
Yep.
Now, specifically, let me talk to men. When you're over 40, you need to go at least twice a year. It's important. You may think you don't need to, but a stitch in time, they say, saves time. Women are more prone to seeking health care. Men are not. African men tend to go to hospital when they're on their deathbeds.
So rather than wait for the deathbed, 9,950 shillings, get everything looked at. Blood, oil, water, down to your hair follicles. Get it looked at so that you get into this. And guess what? You then be able to play football. as many people do every weekend, the EPL, the season 2024-2025 gets into full gear with the onset of the Community Shield that happened last weekend, and getting into it this weekend and for the weeks into the final season. SpiceFM, Birur FM and Radio Maisha have the rights to commenting and analysis of these matches that will take place every weekend with the onset of the new season. So you want to tune into that every weekend. Tune in, lock in, enjoy the EPL. All right, we're getting into a young science conversation this hour. And like I said, our guests are here. We're going to welcome Dr. Victor Mwongera, who is the National Director of Young Sciences Kenya, and Gaida Abdallah Omar, who is an alumna of the Young Sciences Kenya. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation. So, obviously, science, you guys are into this thing, but how about we do a little bit of, teaching, proverbial learning? CT is going to give us a proverb today, and he's been in the landlocked countries of Africa for the last few. Maybe he can ask you, they're science people, so they may be able to know where this is. We're not just limiting it to the petri dish and the Bunsen burner.
Science.
Other kinds of science.
It traverses boundaries.
Voila.
Yes, and if it's research science, you will have what you call multi-site studies.
There you go.
So, boundaries don't hold scientists back.
Thank you.
So, mention one landlocked country. No Uganda, no Rwanda, and no Burundi. Now, 20.
Let me start with the student. She's likely to be more in tune than I am.
One landlocked country?
Yes.
Just one.
Okay.
Do not be afraid.
Sudan?
That's good.
Well done.
Yes. You need not be afraid. It is landlocked.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Lesotho.
Oh, that one is really landlocked.
It's really landlocked. Yes. completely surrounded.
Yes. To be thorough.
Yeah, that one is completely landlocked.
So CT has a proverb from yet another landlocked one, and then what you guys will tell us is what you think about the proverb and what it means to you. Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week, ending tomorrow, are from the Central African Republic. I like this country. We say the Republic of Kenya, Republic of Tanzania.
Yeah.
They're not waiting for you to tell them. They're telling you they're the Central African Republic. They're not in West Africa, they're in Central.
Yeah.
Those who are born on an ant hill take a short time to grow.
Okay.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yes, your interpretation.
What do you think, Ada?
They take short time to grow.
Those who are born on an anthill take a short time to grow.
Okay, I feel like an anthill is these young insects that usually grow there have their movement. How their movement is it how they move? I mean, they're shorter the movement in how they get their food and how they reproduce within the team, within the insect kingdom makes them unique in terms of their growth, because they don't have to move around and such. So everything is centralized within where they are, and whatever they do with each other.
That's a very beautiful interpretation.
Thank you.
Yes, you've taken it home. You
really?
Focus on the ant. Yes. Yes. That's the thing about proverbs.
Yeah.
And why we ask for people's opinion, you can never tell how somebody relates to a proverb until you ask them.
Exactly.
So now I want to ask you that.
So I'll be honest, when you said born on an anthill, I imagined a human born on an anthill.
Yes. See, now that's your interpretation.
So I think my take from that is that if you are born and live on an anthill, it's a very painful experience. Yeah? And so the short time to grow is probably that if you come from a background of a lot of struggle, then you're forced by circumstance to mature very fast. You're forced to grow. You're forced to be very focused very quickly.
My goodness. This is clearly a science conversation
yes,
that we're about to embark on today. Because, both of those, and that's a beautiful thing, isn't it, about different opinions?
Yes.
You've never imagined that you could see a different side of things just because another opinion was offered. I think that's great. Both of you. Okay. So, Young Scientists Kenya, even as we get into looking at the future of Kenya through the eyes of young scientists, what is Young Scientists Kenya? Daktari.
Okay, so thanks for that. So Young Scientists Kenya is actually an initiative between Ireland and Embassy. It started through an MOU between the Embassy of Ireland in Kenya and the Ministry of Education for Kenya. And that was in 2017. The idea being that it was modeled after a program that the Republic of Ireland has had for over 60 years, where they bring together students through an exhibition. They called it the Young Scientists and Technology Exhibition, an annual exhibition. And it's meant to promote the STEM area within high school students. So they come and they display their projects, and it's a very big affair in Ireland. Actually, in that side, they have a scenario where all ministers and the Prime Minister go for it. I don't think we have an event like that in Kenya where everyone in government goes. So similar to that, that model was brought to Kenya. So from 2018 up to date, we've had our programs. So one thing that we took from them is the same thing, the exhibition. Every year we have an exhibition, and the way students participate in the exhibition is they submit their projects. They go through various stages of judging and vetting. The first stage just to look at the theory of the project, if it makes sense, that it's something innovative. Then going through to the next stage where the students are asked, now from your projects, work on it further, produce a prototype if you can, produce a poster. And then we now facilitate them to come to Nairobi, the final lists of the projects, to come exhibit. So these are student teams of 2 students, very particular 2 students with a teacher supporting. And most importantly, the teacher is supporting, not doing. Teacher is supporting the students because it's very student driven. Now, in addition to that exhibition, we also found that there is a little bit of a gap in terms of this message of STEM in the country. If you look at some of the more urban developed areas, you'll find that STEM is well known. People have opportunities, they have careers. But moving into the rest of the country, because we have very many counties in this country, there's some areas where students don't even know what STEM is. There's some areas where students think STEM careers is actually the 3 careers. You know, it's engineering, medicine, law. That is pretty much STEM.
Yes.
There are some who think, oh yes, I know very much about STEM. I know very many careers. But you know, what right do I, coming from this county, have to pursue this STEM? So let me just do what is in the community. And in addition to that, we also promote the fact that, you know, these STEM careers and solutions don't have to be very theoretical. You know, they don't have to be these big ideas that make no sense. They can actually impact your community. The STEM projects that they come with, we encourage them. Let them be something that is solving a problem in your community. So to that end, then we do outreach program. We go to various counties, gather students together in a school, ask other students to come. We talk to them about what our program is, but we also bring partners along. So partners who have innovations and solutions in the country. We'll bring some of the bigger partners like Safaricom, you know, the ones who are well known, and we'll bring the numbers.
Yeah.
But more importantly, we also bring along people who have gone through our program, like Gaza here. They come to the school and they talk and say, yes, I have gone through this program. You know, it is not this pie in the sky idea. It is something that actually works.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, Gaza,
Yes.
what, from your experience, I mean, getting the overview of what Young Scientists does, how did you then decide to go into this? What does it mean for you? And then coming to look into how then you can see the country then in different eyes. What opportunities then has it provided for you, and what have you then been able to do as a result?
Okay. Thank you so much for that question. I will go back to when I was in high school, when I was in Form 2, and I remember my high school teacher introducing me to Young Scientists Kenya, and he was like, you like participating in KSEF, that's Kenya Science and Engineering Fair, where we build projects. So YSK was something that came to me when I was in Form 2, and I did participate once. It introduced to me how to build projects. How was I confident enough for me to think of a chemical project despite me studying chemistry in school?
Yeah.
So that's when I started thinking in a way that solutions are there to be built and people can be able to build them. As a student in school, how am I integrating the science that I'm learning in terms of biology, physics, chemistry, for me to come up with a solution that's going to help the community or even the school that I came from?
Yeah.
So that was in my Form 2 level. With that little mindset, I was exposed. I joined most of the programs Dr. Engineer here was saying. We had the STEM outreach programs where we were brought in different speakers on different levels of STEM. And growing up with that, it made me realize that there are so many fields in STEM. I even got to learn about aeronautical engineer in one of the STEM program outreach that we had. So for me, that was like a turning point for me to understand and be able to gauge myself that I really have interest in science. If this is what STEM is, if this is what the whole aspect of STEM is, then this is where my interest was, because I knew I wanted to do something to do with science, but I exactly did not know where I wanted to feature. So I participated in 2022. That is my second time. The first time I didn't win. I did not appear in any of the category among winners, but that did not deter me, because when I saw people getting awards, that made me go back to the drawing board for me to come up with a better and a more viable solution.
Mm-hmm.
So I built Girls ISEF, which was under the category of social and behavioral sciences. We were building an app that supports young girls and women fight issues of GBV, teenage pregnancy, and early forced marriage. Mm-hmm. So why this was a challenge I saw in the community I came from. I used to stay in Malindi. Back then when I was in high school. And looking at the structure, young girls and teenage pregnancy among Kilifi County was on the rise. So having the knowledge that we're building solutions based on problems that actually affect us, that's where I found the niche. And I decided to use technology, now integrating it for social impact. Having this application that's going to do this and this and this is going to go a long way in helping people. So immediately when I participated in the Young Scientist Kenya, that's my second time, I became the overall winner in the social and behavioral sciences, because the project entirely focuses on social and behavioral among young people, and then we're using technology at the same time. So it was combining these two things. So when I got the results, actually I remember when they were announcing, I didn't know there was first runners up. So when they read the results, I was like, maybe I did not get selected again yet for the second time, but then I won that overall category. That's when I got the confidence now to tell people about my project. Mm-hmm. And that's when I built the confidence that, okay, indeed, this is a project that is worth me moving forward with. To date, I do a lot with Girls ISEF, and I've been able to reach out to so many young girls within Mombasa, both physical and virtual, to be able to integrate the aspect of STEM for young girls to be able to fight these issues. Mm-hmm. So yes, YSK has been an instrumental key for me to be able to understand the concept of STEM and how we can use it to solve problems. To date, when I talk to people or young people, I usually tell them, find that one solution and then work on it. And as much as it's going to be maybe unpractical or anything, but if it's helping someone, if it's helping one person, then it's something you need to like push yourself to do it.
Okay, talk a little bit more about this project of yours. I'm interested.
Okay, so yes, Girls ISEF is a web application that we are trying to allow. We have cases of GBV moving on, teenage pregnancy, and early forced marriages. Now, looking at it as that one young girl who is seated out there and this community barrier, you going maybe to a counselor or even going to a police to report will sound like it's obnoxious because of community culture and backgrounds that are associated within our communities. So if you have a platform, with my little mind, I will say I was thinking having a platform that is going to help you get connected. And
please refer to your mind as your mind. It is not little.
Yes.
But by the time someone can come up with a concept,
yes,
to the point where it is even applicable, your mind is anything but simple. So according to me, and according to my thinking,
yes,
no more simple mind.
Definitely.
Okay, please proceed.
According to me,
yes.
I knew this is something that will reach to many young girls and women, and also the fact that we are trying to connect them also to counselors and psychologists and mentors that are going to be people they will look up to in different angles, particularly focusing to economize this project using STEM for young girls. So I have actually worked with a team, and we've trained over 25 girls on STEM education and them building innovations within Mombasa. So it's a whole process. I feel like it's a journey that each and every young person needs to be able to understand. We do no longer, I think, need to think about being employed. It's about you building your own thing. Come up with what one thing that is going to identify you. I actually do not believe in, I don't see myself being employed. I want to start my own thing. Like Gaza SF as a startup, a STEM academy startup that's going to move across coastal region and even Africa at large. Thank you.
Yes, it is. And I'm not even going to ask how old you are, because I don't think we're just already saying it's young. It doesn't. It doesn't matter.
It's not really important.
It's not important, and that's the thing.
What's important is that you're young.
There it is.
Thank you.
That we don't even have to ask about the age, because we're looking at a point whereby at any level, there's something that you can do. And I want to connect that to what Victor had said earlier, that you're looking to solve a problem, or you're looking for a solution that this science or that this particular subject is going to help you to solve. So what are some of these solutions that have been brought about as a result of this? Because it's practicality, isn't it?
Exactly.
A lot of the times we speak kind of like building castles in the sky, and we talk about the ideal situation, what it should be, and it would be great if such and such a thing happened. But you've seen it practically. So what kind of solutions are we talking about? When you say it must be solution oriented, what are those, and what have we seen that have actually solved problems in communities?
So let me talk about two instances. One is our last year's winners. That is an interesting story because they came from Turkana County, a county that previously had not had actually any schools or students participate in our 5 years. So in the 6th exhibition, this was the first time a school from Turkana was coming. And when they came in, they had a solution. They had looked at their various issues. And of course, as you know, in that area, resource is a challenge. But to them, they thought, why can't we use local materials for solving problems? And I don't know what the school is like. I imagine it's very strict on discipline and appearance, because their project was actually creating shoe polish from avocados. So you can imagine, they looked at this and said, no, shoe polish is a problem, we can't get it. But avocados, we can get these things. And they created this shoe polish, brought it to the exhibition. And the one interesting thing, the reason it brought a huge attention is they would tell you, sit down, bring your shoes, sir. They seem to be a bit dirty. Let us wipe them. Let us polish them. And you came out with your shoes shinier than someone who is Kiwi.
Macadofia.
Exactly. So because of that project actually ended up winning the overall category. And let me say, for the overall category, because we have various categories, the overall winners actually get, in addition to the prizes, they get sponsorship through our partner, to Strathmore University. And they also get to fly to Ireland to see, like I said, it's medaled on the Irish program. So that project, in addition to that, we also take them through boot camp so that, the project does not end with you winning. What do you need to do to ideate it? So that project in itself was actually so popular that when we went back to Turkana this year for outreach, the principal was very clear that, that winning that project has brought them a lot of attention. They've actually rocketed to near the top in terms of science in their community. So not only do they have a solution that works, but the fact that they took part and won means that we have a lot more submissions from that side. The school is seen as a leader. And so even students there are saying, okay, this is no longer a Nairobi or a Mombasa thing. This is actually something we can take part in and win. So a second project that I want to bring to attention, this is actually one that will be here in this year's exhibition. And I'm sure in Duan City, I'll see you there. But
we take it that is an invitation.
Yes, it is very much an invitation. Yes. So these are students who are actually doing a project of looking at how to reduce ammonia in the soil. The reason for that is because the student has given a background that in their family and in their community, there's actually the ammonia levels in the soils have actually caused health problems. They have caused health problems to the point that it is becoming known. When a problem is in your environment, it is known when you go to the hospital, this is probably this. So the students have sat down and thought, as much as we go to healthcare and do this, the problem is actually in our environment. We need a way to reduce this issue. And so they've come up with a way of extracting ammonia from the soil and in a sustainable method so that if they win, if they're able to get funding, they're able to implement it and make their community better. So you can see that comes even from a personal experience of both the community and from themselves. And they're looking to be able to display this project at the exhibition in an attempt to, not only show the solution works, but also get that attention going. Can we get, since we will be having many donors and people, they'll be looking to say, can we get some assistance for this so that we build this project, so that we get this thing going?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Let's take a break at that point, but I think it's very interesting because a lot of the outcry that we hear is not for want of ideas, but the outcry is to make the connection between the idea that I have and the support then that I need to make it happen. And then now let's see what exactly then those needs are and how they can actually become realities. It's 27 minutes to 9 o'clock. We're having a conversation of seeing Kenya rather through the eyes of young scientists and saying, look, what can science do that can actually build this country? The conversation continues right after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
What? My head is aching, shoulders paining, and it's like I'm adding weight very fast. Now, by the way, see, I thought you are... No, I know what you are thinking. Now, when you haven't heard about Aga Khan Hospital, they have a wellness program.
Aga Khan University Hospital has made medical checkups more available through their subsidized wellness package at 9,950 for a comprehensive medical checkup. Don't wait for a health scare. Do your health check at the Aga Khan University Hospital clinics in your neighborhood today. Get your vitals checked today. Call 0111 011 888 for more information.
Attention Nairobi, introducing Eden Cabs taxi service. Enjoy comfort, safety and efficiency in the city. Join us on the 17th of August at the TRM Mall from 8 a.m. and stand to win fabulous gifts. Download Eden Cabs app from Google Play or App Store and enjoy a 30% discount on your first 5 rides. Terms and conditions apply. Your Eden adventure awaits.
Hey, baba boy. Gas imeisha, shopping imeisha, na ujue tokens bado zinalia.
Msupa, nipe mbao na 20 minutes.
Mbao, like 20 bob.
Hey.
20 minutes, kwani kuna nini? Na ujue mimi nataka kupika haki.
Jaber, kwani ujui dakika mamilini every 20 minutes, halafu wanapea na 10 million every 20 minutes, na hadi kuna 3 millionaires every hour.
Daka mamili virahisi. Uko na nafasi 3 ya kuwa millionaire kila hour. Usipitwe. Cheza Daka. Ushike mita yako sasa. Chagua nambari zako 4 za bahati and win up to 10 million every 20 minutes. Nenda kwenye paybill 440440. Account Spice amount. Cheza na shilingi 20 hadi shilingi 2,000 na ushinde mamilioni. Daka mita kuwa bingwa.
The weather with SpiceFM.
15 degrees and cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 14. It's 17 and partly sunny in Nakuru and 14 and sunny in Nyeri. 16 sunny conditions in Eldoret, going to highs of 22, and Mombasa is sunny at 25 with highs of 29. It's sunny at 27 in Malindi with highs of 29 today. 22 and sunny conditions, going to highs of 28 in Kisumu, and we'll see highs of 27 in a sunny Kakamega, currently at 20. It's partly sunny at 19 in Kampala, going to highs of 28, while Dar es Salaam at 24 is cloudy with highs of 29. Johannesburg, 5 degrees, sunny conditions, highs of 21, while into Mogadishu at 27, it's sunny with highs of 30, 15 and sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 22, while Lagos is clear at 24, it'll go to highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 31 in a mostly cloudy Kinshasa at 22.
Spice up your life.
All right, getting towards that Pangani underpass is where we'll see most of the traffic coming on the Thika Superhighway. And then now is when we see traffic right around the Globe Cinema roundabout. And we'll probably see some of that still spilling over onto Moy Avenue. Most parts of the city, I think it's moving along really smoothly. Ngong Road have decided this week we are not letting go. Traffic in and out continues, and it gets a little bit heavy as you get towards the around the mortuary roundabout, and some of that traffic coming off Raila Odinga Way. Let's take a look also on Jogo Road going towards Landis, bumper to bumper, quite some of that going towards the Kamkunji roundabout and onto Haile Selassie. That continues for some time. The Eastern Bypass giving some traffic towards North Airport Road, and some of that's going to spill over towards Mombasa Road, but for the most part of it, I think we're doing all right. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
22 minutes to the top of the hour. Conversations continue, looking at Kenya through the eyes of science. And as we started this conversation earlier, you talk about, some of the things that you see. And just coming off of what Victor had said earlier is that the support is what is needed to connect the dots, right? So the opportunities are bound, or do they? Are there opportunities to actually use science, what you learn in school, or what you see that science is needed to employ? Are there opportunities to uplift people in their livelihoods, where they've come from, and also contribute to the country at the same time?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. I will just connect to the project engineer Victor said on ammonia. Ammonia is a concept that is well taught in chemistry and biology. As a young student, when you're in school, I always like urging when I speak to students that whatever you learn, try as much as possible for you to be able to understand where you can apply that knowledge. When you talk of ammonia can be converted in a way that instead of it giving a side effect of health issues, you can use it into the soil back for it to be able to maybe make plants grow better. So I'm looking at it in an angle where, yes, this is a challenge on one side, but with the knowledge that you learn in school, some of these students or some of us young people, we tend to just think that we are studying just because we have to pass exams. Importantly, we need to be able to understand that these are concepts that have been there for long, and using these concepts might be able to help us solve a problem. So if we are able to look at opportunities that are there and whatever we learn in school, I feel like there is great opportunities. Because when you talk of, let's say, physics, machines, and if you learn about different kinds of machines, how is this machine? I remember asking my teacher when I was in school, if I become an engineer and we're learning about machines right now, how is this machine going to help me become a better engineer or even improve on the existing ones? So it's all about how we take and how we think as young people, because opportunities will be there, but who is there to take them? Let's say why Young Scientists Kenya offers our platforms, but if we don't come with these solutions, then who is going to provide the solutions? So given the right opportunities, I believe, and right platforms, we have the potential to do great things. Like if we talk of connecting and networking, when I completed Young Scientist as a winner and I went for the business boot camp, I got connected to an organization that deals with women and young people and girls in Kwale. So I took the initiative to move forward and reach out to that young lady, send email. That's when I started learning how to connect with people. And ever since, we've been in conversation and they've been part of us growing as Girls ISF as well. So I feel like connections and connecting people, like partners involved and bringing people together, it's about how passionate are you in whatever you're doing. Because I believe we have so many upcoming innovations, but if you do not stay fixed to it and you're very confident, like this is something I really want to push forward, then the right people will definitely find you and opportunities will walk and open doors for you.
Engineer, I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
This is a program. I have heard of many programs. This one is among some of the best I've actually ever come across. How is it funded? How long is the funding cycle? I'm asking three questions here. And how is it that we ensure that learning institutions imbibe, cement this knowledge so that when the funding and everything around it comes to an end, because funding comes to an end at some point, they are able to carry on the very things that the funders intended for them to do, including looking for new funding within the country.
Okay. So I'm glad you asked me that, City, because number one, we are funded by various organizations. One of our core funders is the Irish Aid, which comes through the Embassy of Ireland. Like I mentioned, it started with an MOU between the two organizations. So they are one of our biggest donors, and that allows us to carry out a lot of these programs. In addition to that, we have other organizations. We have Safaricom, we have Raspberry Pi, we have quite a few organizations that also plug in. But we also have partners who give not necessarily money, funding, cash, but they also give support. One of the biggest ones I want to mention is Strathmore University, because they've been a very strong academic partner. And they've committed that the overall, like I mentioned, the overall winner, they get scholarships to Strathmore University to study a STEM course, a technical course. In addition to that, we have other organizations who might not want me to speak too much about them, but they have committed to supporting students from other categories to go to other institutions. So you see, it's an ecosystem of funding that depends on a very good relationship with our partners, which I really believe we have, and I'm very grateful to them. But that being said, we can do more. And what I mean by this is that, let me take this year as an example. So this year, when we had the project submitted, we actually had 1,700 projects submitted in the initial stage, and that is 3,400 students. You can imagine how many those are. Yep. When we got through to the next level of judging and viability, we found that about 802 projects were viable. And these are projects that we could now, if we had funding, we could have brought them to Nairobi. But that would have meant bringing 1,604 students and the accompanying 802 teachers. And that comes with a lot of logistical costs, accommodation, transport, and of course, these being young people who are underage, due to our safeguard policies, a lot of things we have to put in place. We have to have mentors. We also have to have assistance for the special needs students. We have some special needs students coming to this exhibition, and we're very careful to ensure that they have all the assistance they need. We also have refugee school students coming in. So all that means that we actually could not cater for that big number of students. And it's a little bit of a sad point to me, because that is something that I would love to be in a point where we're able to say as YSK that all the students who make it through to the stage of display, we can cater for them. But the realities of funding, of course, means that we cannot. So one of the things we are always open to is finding more organizations who are willing to partner with us in this journey of building education. But just to give comfort to the listeners, we're actually able to do about 100 and 304 projects, which means we'll have about 300 and we'll have about 312 students and teachers, and those are coming in to either exhibit, and some have actually said, this program is so good that even if we didn't make it to exhibit, we will raise our own resources and come. Wow. Yeah. So you see, it's a very exciting program. Like, if we're able to raise more support, definitely we'll be able to do more. In addition to that, now there's something else you had mentioned in terms of sustainability within the schools, which is very important. So other than the exhibition is, of course, our core program. It's our biggest program and is the one we're known for. But other than that, we're also working with other organizations who are looking to do, as you said, leave lasting programs within schools. And one of the organizations that we're working with, Raspberry Pi Foundation, they are actually supporting us to roll out coding programs in schools. Not as part of the taught program, because that is a very, that's a very long journey to get in there. But doing it as an extracurricular activity, as a coding club. So students, after their studies, when they have these various clubs, one of them that they're forming is coding clubs. So on our side, through this funding and through this very strong support, we are bringing in young people that we have trained, actually mentors who we pick from, previous winners and so on, trained who lived in the community, and they come into the schools and they train both the students and they also train the teachers, but we also train the teachers.
Okay.
So you see that program, the idea of that is that once we finish this program, which is currently running, we vision that will end by end of this year or possibly beginning of next year, then we have number one, mentors in every county who are actually trained to be able to deliver this program. We have left, number two, teachers who have exposed to this program and trained them. We've also left them with the material for the training. And we have also left that relationship between the mentors, the teachers, the students, and the schools going. So you see, the school, if it's interested, is able to pursue that and build on that program. And that is something, that program has worked quite well, and it's something that we're looking to expand with other organizations that are interested and willing to support education. How can we now bring in additional exposure, additional value add that actually sits within the schools?
How do you, excuse me, how do you protect, I mean, here we've talked about intellectual property and things like that, because these are students, these are, young people who've come up with an idea, and from what you're saying, they're sustainable, they can actually have impact. But then how do you protect them from somebody rocking up and just, picking up the thing and running with it?
It's a very good question. So we have various policies in our main policy is our safeguarding policy. Safeguarding of the children is paramount. So as part of that, we of course aligned very much to data protection and the policies of the Ministry of Education that safeguard our children. But in addition to that, we're very careful that there is consent whenever the children are involved. And that is, of course, informed consent from the guardians and from the teachers who are given protection of this. Consent also from the Ministry of Education to be able to carry out our programs. And consent from anyone who is required. Now, additionally from that, when we come to the project, because you have mentioned the project that is displayed, when the project is envisioned by the student, because it comes through young scientists, then there's an aspect of ownership of the project based on that submission. It is because the student is not recognized yet as a legal age, but through the student, the teacher, the school, this ministry, through to your YSK, then an aspect of this project is owned and ideated by this young person through this program. In addition to that, just because, some of these projects might be very exciting, that is why we're very keen to have the business bootcamp that Keda mentioned. So there, one of the biggest things that is brought out by our partner, Kipi, is how do you go forward in protecting your idea if you're going to push it forward to being a business. And some people who have pushed the ideas have actually gone through this process of getting IP protection. Not everyone does it, but at the very minimum, we make sure that those who have ideas that can go forward are aware of it. And we also make sure during the exhibition that there's actually a session for all students and even the young people who attend who are not exhibiting. We have a session for them and tell them this is what it means to protect your idea. This is what it means when you go through IP protection, applying for it in Kenya, what you need to do. This is how YSK can support you. This is the parts that you need to take on, because part of the responsibility is on the person. So I think, let me just finish by saying, one thing is that a lot of the things that we're talking about here, they're actually better seen than spoken of.
Experienced than spoken of.
Because I realized I invited you to the exhibition casually. Let me do it properly. So it is actually next week from Wednesday 20th to Friday 23rd. That is when we're having the exhibition. And it is at the Edge Convention Center in South Sea. And one thing is that it is free to attend for everyone. Everyone involved. There's actually no charge. If someone charges you, call me or call Geda. We will deal with it.
Definitely.
Yeah, and we really want the public to come because we really want the public to see the young people. I think that is one of our biggest targets going forward. We really want a lot of the public to come. Like the way the ASK show is. We also want this one to also be like, let me go to YSK show.
Yeah. So, Geda, what are you hoping? And I'm sure, obviously you've spoken to many others who, have these innovations, who have these ideas, because we're talking about the future of Kenya seen through the eyes of science. But the future could be tomorrow. The future could be this afternoon.
Definitely.
So what are you hoping some of these projects that you're involved in will actually do for Kenya?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that question. I'm someone who is very considerate when it comes to solutions and what you're trying to solve. Looking at the context of Kenya itself, there's so many challenges in different angles, whether it's water related, roads, and everything. So I feel like if we put focus on things that really exist in our country, and these are challenges that are like we face on a daily basis from each and every county. I believe each and every county has their own strengths and weaknesses. So as young people, as we're trying to solve problems using science and using technology, or basically STEM, let us focus on those key elements that are weaknesses or the weak point or the challenging area. Let's say if it's water in this area, how is this water gonna be changed? Let's say if you want to treat this water, which chemical use are you going to use to make it more easier for people within the community? And also let us make how we solve our problems very community based. Like you're in a community, let's say from Turkana, the local available materials that you're gonna find there are what are you gonna use to maybe solve the problem, to make it easy for the people that you're going to explain, because you cannot solve something that is not achievable at the end of the day and people cannot afford it. Because if expenses become too high, then bringing other people on board and it becomes a challenge, then I feel that will be a challenge. But using science or using STEM generally to solve problems is something I'm really passionate about as a young person, and I feel like if each young person thinks in this angle, then Kenya is going to solve so many problems at a very faster rate.
You know, as you speak, I'm thinking
yes,
of schools that this country has one unique thing. We have far-flung schools everywhere.
Yes.
When you create an environment where people think solutions,
yeah,
I'm thinking the education system and how it is resource-challenged areas can actually get the students to actually be on par and to compete with an element of equity with those who have an abundance of resources.
True.
Now, that's why I asked about the schools and the sustainability of this in schools, because a lot of our learning is rote learning. As you say correctly, we learn so that you can pass exams.
Yeah.
But the idea of learning so that whatever you learn can be applied, as simple as that.
Exactly.
And it's not just science, even history,
yes,
geography. You said you leave the tools with the schools. Do you have a process by which you determine whether those things are the tools actually being utilized? And do you measure, or is there a way of measuring the progression of it? Because if when you first come to the school, a number of people are interested, over a period of time, how many? And that can also be measured by the convention and symposiums that you have.
yes.
Have you ever been overwhelmed by a situation where people have presentations, people have innovations that are so many, you're trying to figure out what to do with them? Have you reached that point yet?
In terms of the exhibition?
Yes. I want you to reach there. Then the saturation
Yeah.
that we're talking about and the diversity that is representative of the country, then we'll have an idea that what is being done is actually achieving what it's supposed to.
Yes. So I think, as you've said, we have yet to reach there, where we get to a point where we are feeling that there are too many. And like I alluded to before, we need to grow our partnership and donor base. That is what will help us. But that being said, in terms of diversity, I feel like we're doing well, because this year we are having students from all 47 counties actually being represented at the exhibition. So if you go there, whatever county you come from, you will pick your county and you will find your students from a particular school. We're also having students from 3 special needs schools coming there. We're also having students from 2 schools in the refugee camps, in the Kakuma refugee camps, which is actually a first for us, and we're very excited because that is also helping towards that diversity and equity across the country. And we're also having, for the first time, a school from Rusinga Island. So we are having, we're continuing to grow our diversity. Yeah. What we are not yet there, but that is a very strong target, is those numbers, as you've said. You walk in and it is just overwhelming.
Yes.
Because ideally that is what it should be. We need to get to a point where Actually, we're talking about there's only 2 venues in this country that can host us because the numbers are very, very large. But that point is very much taken. We need to get there and we need to drive towards that direction.
So what does it actually, excuse me, what does it actually look like? And I think even as you run, I want to hear from both of you because when we talk about the future, it seems like, again, I just come back to that point 100 years from now. But no, the problems or the solutions that are being looked for Kenya today are here. They're today. Yeah. So what can you actually see from some of the things that are being done, from some of the ideas that are being, what then does the future look like? Not what the projects are. What does the future look like based on what you know your hands are doing now?
Okay. To be honest, I really feel like we are going to have like a better and more advanced future, because when you look back in the years and you compare to whatever is advancing right now in terms of technology and the advancement in artificial intelligence, we are moving in a faster rate. I feel like we are moving in a faster rate, though it could be that we are slow, but there will be so much change in terms of development within the country. But I know a lot of investment has to be done in terms of growth, in terms of scalability of some of these projects and ideas. But I feel like there is a change. Me growing up and to what I can see right now, growing up in times where smartphones, social media and all that. But right now, if you want to scale up things, even with a smartphone, you can be able to scale up whatever you want to do. You can be able to reach out to so many people. So I feel like future, if you bring in more innovations and more like technology-based solutions, at a faster rate, you'll be able to reach to more people. And even with the use of like social media, you'll be able to reach more people and even wider in terms of the reach.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Okay. I think one of the things that would come out of this continued program, it's already coming out, is this impact area of exposure. A lot of the people who come through the Young Scientist program get a benefit of exposure that is hard to quantify, but it's very easy to see. What I mean by that, we all have friends who have this story of, I grew up in a small village somewhere, then I saw my uncle's house had electricity, or I got into a car for the first time. It's a tale that we tell, but we don't realize that exposure is what led that person to decide, I want to change my pathway.
Indeed.
Exactly.
So when we see it at Young Scientists, we see it at a massive scale. You have a lot of students who come in the first time they've come to Nairobi. So, part of the thing is we even take them to various places in Nairobi, museum and Kiridi, areas that they can see what's happening. Secondly, it's also exposure for the first time that they get to see students from other counties, other communities, because a lot of the students we interact with, you speak more your language of the area than English. So they get to interact with these different people. It's almost foreign. It's like this is actually in Kenya.
Yeah.
And I think the third thing is that when a young person comes through this, and Geda is a very good example. Sorry, I'm going to use Geda a little bit.
Totally fine.
When a young person comes and they get to interact with all these various people, donors, the PS might come or so on, various CEOs and so on, then they get to experience that actually there's a network I can build here. There's things that I can do. So these young people tend to go forward and then take on courses. They tend to take on initiatives that are different from what they normally would. So it becomes very strong impact that we see in the community around us of what people do, what people act, what people can do in the future. Yeah.
Fantastic. Very, very innovative conversation this morning, and it was great to have both of you here, and they must continue. Dr. Victor Mwongera is the National Director, Young Scientists Kenya, and Geda Abdallah Omar, an alumna of the Young Scientists Kenya. Thank you very much for being here this morning. Good morning.
Thank you so much.
It's 1 minute after 9.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto has ordered the withdrawal of university admission letters issued to students without using the newly developed needs assessment tool. Ruto's order came a day before the closure of applications for scholarships and the Higher Education Loans Board funds. He said the letters were not customized to individual cases of learners and accused public universities of manipulating the fees that students should pay. Ruto said every learner should have a customized admission letter that suits the financial needs of their family and the exact amount required in fees. He also warned VCs against inciting students to protest against government policies.
Change the delivery model because we have increased the money available for funding for our higher education. We have increased the money from 45 billion to 82 billion. The letters that were issued by our universities were misleading because they were talking about the cost of the courses. We want letters to be released. Those that were released earlier to be withdrawn and proper letters issued as to the amount of money the parent is supposed to pay and not the cost of the course.
The president spoke in Kisii County on Wednesday on his final day of his development tour, where he was accompanied by his deputy Rigathi Gachagua. Gachagua, on his part, announced plans to boost the agricultural sector.
Alafu rais wetu hapa katika area hii ni wakulima ya kahawa na majani chai. Na kwa mambo ya kahawa, rais akituongoza, tumeweka shilingi bilioni 7 ya kulipa madeni ya zile factories ambaye officials walikuwa wamechukua madeni ambaye imeumiza wakulima. Na tunauliza hao officials, serikali ikishalipa hiyo pesa kwa niaba ya wakulima, msiingie kwa madeni wapya. Na kama mtaingia kwa madeni, tuko na pesa katika cherry fund ambaye ni ya 3% interest. Pia mambo ya majani chai tunaendelea kutafuta soko ndio wakulima waweze kupata mapato. Na hapa tulipata increase ya 12% kwa sababu ya kutumia ile bolea ya substrate fertilizer.
2 suspected Al-Shabaab terrorists have been killed in Garissa County. Police say a multi-agency team staged a raid on the suspects' makeshift camp on Wednesday in the Digdida area. They recovered several items, including 3 AK-47 rifles and ammunition, grenades, radios, and indoctrination literature. The raid followed complaints from locals over frequent harassment by the militants who were planning an attack targeting security officers in the region. It's the latest such operation in the area. Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs CS Hassan Joho has hosted U.S. Ambassador to Kenya Meg Whitman. Through the Wednesday meeting at Joho's office in Nairobi, the two leaders discussed matters relating to the Kenya-U.S. partnership on investment in the areas of mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. Joho said the areas contribute fully to Kenya's economic growth and equally have the potential to create jobs for young people. Other leaders who attended the meeting included Principal Secretaries Elijah Mwangi for Mining, Bessie Njagi for Blue Economy and Fisheries, and Geoffrey Kaituko of Maritime Affairs and Shipping. Police in Uganda have said 6 more bodies, including those of 2 children, were on Wednesday recovered from the site of a massive garbage landslide in the Ugandan capital, Kampala, bringing the death toll so far to 30. Several dozen people are also still missing after the collapse of the landfill in the northern district of Kitiezi on Saturday that buried people, homes, and livestock. They included a 3-year-old boy and a girl aged 6, according to a list posted by police of the latest victims found. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Na hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, getting into it at 9 a.m., a few minutes after that, let's take a look at what's happening on the roads now. And I think we're doing much better than we were earlier in the morning, especially on Landys Road, where the traffic's still seemingly quite heavy. We've got bits where it's reducing, so we're going to watch out for that. Going towards Haile Selassie, so that's busy, of course, with everything that's going on in that area. On the Thika Superhighway, not much anymore. Just, again, going through the tunnel. But apart from that, you'll be able to get in and out of the city. Not an issue. Okay, the mist was really low, I'm hearing, on a westerly direction, getting out towards Limuru and then past that. So it seems to have lifted, at least for now. People are getting on their way with no problem. Let's keep an eye on things as we come out of traffic hours. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
At 9 minutes after 9 o'clock, getting into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Thursday, and it is going into our final education conversation for this morning. But even as we get into that, what is your health situation? Do you know?
Well, you should actually.
You should. Do you know what's happening under there?
Yes. Do you know how the body is ticking? Do you know how your body is actually working? Do you know that's being interfered with? Well, these answers are best arrived at if you have a health checkup. And the Okoh University Hospital is saying they'd like to provide one for you at any of the centers that they have, and there are many. All you need to do is look for the sum of 9,950 Kenyan shillings and take yourself to any Okoh University Hospital Center, and they will provide you with a thorough checkup. Why do you need a thorough checkup? Well, actually, all of you have at one time or the other been asked to contribute to some health issue. Somebody who's unwell, somebody who needs to be taken abroad. They were sick. That disease did not hit the body on the day they were being taken to hospital.
No.
That disease had been sitting there for a while. Now that while is what we're asking you to take care of. Before it gets to the point where you need to be hospitalized, get to know about it so that you can deal with it, so that you can handle it. That is what the Okoh University Hospital is telling you. Get a comprehensive checkup.
Get a checkup. And then when you're watching football, then you can know that at least everything is okay and you don't have a problem because you're enjoying the pleasures of life. And we're talking about the EPL. The new season has just kicked off, literally. 2024-2025 EPL season is here with us. People are going to start with, palpitations and heart problems. But at least you will know that it is not an underlying health issue and it's just because of the football. SpiceFM, Meru FM and Radio Maisha will be right there as the kickoff begins on every match because you have the rights, right? And you can listen in, tune in, and enjoy the season every time a match is played. Okay, so this hour, getting into conversations around education, wherever you're tuned in, across our social media platforms. Across our social media platforms, we are looking at Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and on X Our conversation this morning, is with Benson Adie, who is the Senior Schools Administrator and Curriculum Implementation Expert, Kitengela International Schools. Benson, good morning.
Good morning, Odo and City.
How are you doing?
Doing quite well.
Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here.
I'm very happy that you're here with us this morning. The buzz is around education. It has been for some time, and in my opinion, it continues. It needs to continue. But before we get into that, and looking at comparing between the CBC system, which now we're all in, or the British curriculum system, which has been introduced for some time, and that now more and more people are seeing that they need to. We're going to get into the nitty-gritty of it. But before that, let's welcome you in the Situation Room style. CT does some magic, and he travels and is somehow able to be here every morning after gleaning these proverbs from around the continent. It's like time travel is a thing. Anyway, he's doing the landlocked countries of Africa and bringing proverbs from there. But, I'll let him tell you what that's all about. And then you can tell us what you think about the proverb.
Okay. We are looking at proverbs from the Central African Republic. A very interesting country, very, very wealthy country in terms of minerals, in terms of natural resources. And it was once an empire. The empire didn't last long, it lasted 2 years. Then the empire ceased, but an interesting country nonetheless. The proverb, those who are born on an anthill take a short time to grow.
Wow. So very, very interesting. Those born in an anthill take the shortest time to grow. Putting it to context, I'm looking at, we are coming from different backgrounds, and some are already elevated, The anthill can elevate them to some point.
Yes.
So I'm looking at a situation whereby, if putting at a school perspective, if you are having you understand the international curriculum and you are born in a family that this is already acceptable, already you have an advantage of a person who is still struggling to really to understand, is it working? Can it work in Kenya? Can you enjoy our local universities and all that? So there is a leap which you have better than others. It's a true society, which naturally stratifies us. But again, when you are on that particular hill, you have so much. You have a life. You have a life somewhere. You're starting it from somewhere.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Indeed.
That's a good interpretation.
You get a push.
Yeah.
I would even add, again, the schooling. You go to a school that is considered a national school, that's an anthill already.
Definitely.
Yes.
You got a good push.
Yes. Exactly.
Okay, so we're looking at reevaluating or re-examining, the education system in Kenya. These conversations have been had forever, since there was a clamor to kind of change things. We brought in a new system, went from 844, went now to CBC. 844 now is a thing of the past in Kenya. CBC is there, and we'll now see that schools will merge into, different formats as we go along. First of all, before we even now go into introducing the British curriculum, can we have an overview from in your opinion? What are we looking at in terms of re-evaluation or re-examination that needs to be done when we're looking at the school system in Kenya today?
Thank you, Odo. Definitely, we have seen a transformation in our education system. You have seen the growth from 844 now to the CBC curriculum, which is actually growing very well. And of course, there are some challenges here and there, but not really something to focus on. But we can say that if you look at the CBC structure, we are more on now the competencies. We are looking at the competency-based curriculum. Remember 844, it was just about passing exams. It was exam-oriented. But here now we are looking at skills, and we are looking at lifelong learning, because that should be the intention of education. so that you are not just going to school to pass an exam, but how is that education or that knowledge you are acquiring helping you to actually fit in the society? CBC is actually actualizing this through the competencies. That is collaboration. They are very keen on problem solving. They are also very keen on digital literacy, as you are aware how that department is really growing. And also focusing on the STEM. I think this is something which we were not seeing in 844 earlier. So there is a huge shift. And also the parental involvement is actually scaled, not like the 844 where you are given work, do it, and that is all. The parents might not be really engaged in what you are doing, the students are doing. But now, it is a requirement that they are getting to be engaged in the process as well.
Okay, so let's obviously you're not floating. You are from an institution that practices both of these. Maybe coming back to that, before we now go, tell us a little bit about Kitengela International Schools. Heard of it, but then how exactly do you work? Tell us a little bit more about the institution.
Yeah, Kitengela International School is a school offering both British International Curriculum and also the Kenyan curriculum, the CBC. Then we have a number of schools. That is, we have one in Kitengela, we have others in Syokimau, and also at the river. Actually, we have a total of 6 schools. So in Kitengela International School, we are very keen on technology and ensuring that we have smart classes. If you look at our classes, all of them are smart, so that this digital literacy we are talking about, when you get to Kitengela International School, you actually realize it. And if you are aware that it was the ministry considered Kitengela International as one of the schools which have achieved the intended structure of CBC in terms of STEM. So this is what Kitengela offers, and also we are not only focusing on the academic aspect, but we are keen on extracurricular. We have a very huge space which gives our students opportunity to get engaged in extracurricular. Remember, just the other day also just concluded the national drum festivals, music festivals. We also did so well. The performance was quite outstanding on some of the items which we presented. So when you come to Kitengela, you are getting everything under one roof. There is the academic aspect, there is the development aspect, and also the confidence of the learners. Our learners are very confident, and that is what we encourage and we motivate. And our teachers are also aligned to support that structure.
From what you've observed, what would make parents choose the British curriculum as opposed to the Kenyan system?
Yeah, towards that, City, maybe I give a quick overview of the British curriculum so that it can help our listeners to make decisions. Number one, if you look at the structure of the British International Curriculum, it is structured in key stages. Sometimes we use the word KS to refer to that, to key stage. So we have the key stage. We have the key stage 1. The key stage 1, we are looking at learners of around 5-6 years. Then we have key stage 2, learners of around 6 to 11 years. Then we have key stage 3, that is lower secondary, that is 7, 8, and 9. In terms of age, they will be around 11 early arrivals or 12 to 13. Then we have the key stage 4, which is now is the IGCSE curriculum, that is the 10 and 11. Then there will be a culmination of that stage by doing a certain assessment, which I know we'll look at later. Then now you proceed. After GCSE, you proceed to A-levels, year 12 and 13. Now, if you look at that particular structure and the structure of the CBC, the structure of CBC, it is 2633. So it is not really, they use the word grade 1, grade 2, all the way. But the other side, we use British international curriculum, we use key stages. This CBC curriculum is benchmarked on the British, the CBC curriculum is benchmarked on Cambridge, or sometimes used interchangeably as in international British curriculum. So if you look at the approach, the teaching approach, here you realize that yes, the CBC is not putting a lot of stakes on exams, but again, the international curriculum is doing that because they are very keen that as long as every aspect, as long as you are very active in extracurricular activities, that is appreciated. But again, the academic part is not left behind. So it is still competitive for you to transition to higher institutions of higher learning. So that is a shift. But again, if you look at the resourcing of the international curriculum, it is highly resourced because for you to deliver the curriculum, there are specific requirements which a school must achieve for you even to get an approval.
Okay.
Because if you don't have that, you cannot be approved by the Cambridge or the exam bodies.
What are some of those
yes,
for you must meet?
Yeah, for example, if you look at how to manage behavior, there must be a policy clearly outlined, and not just having a policy, there must be an evidence that you've been following that policy in managing the students' behavior. That evidence-based is very important. Then you must ensure that you are aligned with the key values or the key pillars of the international education, ensuring that you have a confident learner, you have a responsible learner, you have a learner who is innovative and reflective. So it's not just going to class and teaching them and giving them, pumping them with a lot of knowledge, but there must be an evidence that beyond the classroom, they are out, they can, there are programs where they are interacting with other schools within or outside the country. They are digitally aligned, they understand that. So, and also, even the labs, there are specifications on how they must look like. So you cannot just say that I have this facility here and it can be used as a laboratory. They must come, check, and then give you that go ahead to offer this particular program.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. What would you say is the distinct difference between the two? And would you say that from what you've seen, one has a leg up over the other?
Yes, it can be put so, because if you look at the British international curriculum, remember it has been there for a very long time, and they keep on reviewing it because to improve it depending on the needs of the society. CBC, I know is very new. When it was launched, I think in 2017.
Yep.
So it's still really having some teething problem, which I know the government and the new minister is actually working so hard to align to ensure that it really delivers on the promise which was given. So the clear cut is how the pedagogy, how it is delivered. For example, in a British curriculum, we have the project-based learning. I know this one is also stemmed to the CBC, but the way it is being administered. So we ask ourselves how the teachers have been prepared, the CBC teachers are prepared to really deliver on this curriculum. So in terms of training, I think there is something that CBC is still going to work on, and I'm happy that there is a lot of training. For example, right now, a lot of training going on by the ministry, by the stakeholders. So yes, at one point, it will reach there. It is a journey, but the other one is already solid, and the progression is very clear how you are progressing in British international curriculum. You've seen from Key Stage 1, you move to Key Stage 2, you move to Key Stage, and there is no conflict.
Is there conflict with CBC? Can't you say that? I mean, if you went from grade, because now it's graded, yes. So if you went from grade 1 to grade 2, they are taking an assessment, and maybe you can give us a little bit more insight into this. Is that it's assessment of the stages that you've reached with CBC as well, whereby you do projects. I mean, when it all started, we were all complaining. Okay, we have to print this, gather this, collect this, but isn't that what they're essentially evaluating? That as you do these projects over time and as you do the exams, that it's all a collation of the different, essentially marks that you've gotten, and that then gives you. That's why we move from pass or fail to approaching expectations, meeting expectations, exceeding expectations. That's why all of that language changed, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, and I think that is where the conversation is. When we are talking about approaching expectations based on what criteria, the criteria. I know it is something which is still being aligned, and when you're saying that exceeding to what level, so the conflict, the discussion is still there in terms of. You have seen even the merging of subjects where they have not been. It's not very clear. Is this what we are going to offer, or is there a need for us to combine this subject with this other one? So, but when you come to the British international curriculum, I think it's very clear. For example, if we have the core subject we have mathematics, we have English, we have science. Then now we have other subsidiaries, other subjects which you can do, like geography, like history. It's very, very okay with that. But I think right now, even in terms of when the KICD is developing the curriculum designs, you find that the design is ready, but again, when they are trying to implement it, there is a challenge. They take it back again, maybe to review and improve it. But that is a normal process that maybe a curriculum should go through,
Okay, can I ask you a question based on that? Because some of the merging that you're talking about, for example, agriculture and home science, they used to be separate subjects, but now have been combined, integrated into agriculture and nutrition, right? So that becomes one subject area, but it's like two subjects under it. Then now you have art and crafts, music and physical education. So you have the ACM and the AGM that have all been made and now referred to as creative arts. With the combination of that, wasn't the sole reason, wasn't the sole reason so that you don't have this heavy burden of subjects on these students? Because essentially we're talking about grade 4 to 6 now that are taking this particular subject. And does it have a different bearing on what is taught? Even though you have a combination area, don't you still have teaching in each particular subject area?
Very interesting, because you realize that you have put agriculture and home science together, or you now call it nutrition.
Yes.
But remember, the teacher, you might be having just a teacher who is trained on agriculture.
Right.
And not having skills on home science. How is that teacher going to deliver maybe on that particular subject area? I'm skilled in art, but again you are giving me music. You are putting them together as maybe performing
and
art.
Physical education.
Yeah. Maybe I'm trained on physical education, maybe from Kenyatta University. Now you just imagine, how am I going to teach physical education? And you remember, physical education is very key for those people who are keen on on doing the sports science. So you want to pursue sports science as a career, but then here the person who is training you maybe is not having information at all on that particular area. So already that one disadvantage this particular kind of a learner, and you may lose interest in that particular subject area. Yes, there is a challenge. And even the books.
Are we going to break?
Yes, we are.
Then let's go into a break before, then I'll ask my question.
City has a question to ask. Okay, it's 29 minutes to 10 o'clock. We're having a conversation about re-evaluation and saying, okay, which one should we actually go with this morning? Benson Adia is our guest from Kitengela International Schools, and we're looking at some of these issues and trying to work around them and say, okay, is it time for re-evaluation? Let's go ahead and get one. We'll come back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
What? My head is aching, shoulders paining, and it's like I'm adding weight very fast. Now, by the way, see, I thought you are... No, I know what you are thinking.
Now, when you haven't heard about Aga Khan Hospital, they have a wellness program.
Aga Khan University Hospital has made medical checkups more available through their subsidized wellness package at 9,950 for a comprehensive medical checkup. Don't wait for a health scare. Do your health check at the Aga Khan University Hospital clinics in your neighborhood today. Get your vitals checked today. Call 0111 011 888 for more information.
Attention Nairobi, introducing Edencab's taxi service. Enjoy comfort, safety and efficiency in the city. Join us on the 17th of August at the TRM Mall from 8 a.m. and stand to win fabulous gifts. Download Edencab's app from Google Play or App Store and enjoy a 30% discount on your first 5 rides. Terms and conditions apply. Your Eden adventure awaits.
Good news for the soccer lovers across Kenya. Very soon your lifestyle will never be the same. Crazy memories of the lively football matches.
Happening every week.
Introducing the new season of the English Premier League football matches.
Another gem of a goal.
Starting on the 16th of August 2024, exclusively on SpiceFM. Catch the upscaled, heart-throbbing season's football commentaries from the ever-zealous soccer commentators and presenters. EPL, Soka Katambe. Only on SpiceFM.
Spice up your life.
All right, looking at cloudy conditions continuing in Nairobi. 17 degrees, we'll see highs of 24 and lows of 14. We'll see lows of 13 in a partly sunny Nakuru at 19, and it's 16 and sunny in Nyeri, going to highs of 23. We're looking into a mostly sunny Eldoret at 18 with highs of 22. Mombasa 25 is sunny with highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 29 as well in a mostly sunny Malindi at 28. It's 24 and sunny in Kisumu with highs of 28, while looking into a sunny Kakamega at 22. It'll go to highs of 27. Kampala 22 is sunny with highs of 28, and Dar es Salaam cloudy conditions at 25 will go to highs of 29. 11 and sunny in Johannesburg with highs of 21, and Mogadishu at 28 is sunny with 19 and sunny conditions in Addis Ababa. At 24 we'll see sunny conditions in Lagos, and 23 and sunny in Kinshasa. Beijing light rain showers Thursday afternoon at 29, and into a sunny Paris at 19, and a cloudy London at 15. We'll round things off in New York. Wednesday night is cloudy at 22, coming into Wednesday highs of 30 and lows of 22.
Spice up your life.
All right, a quick look, and I think we're coming out of traffic hour. Not too much of a problem in different parts of the city this morning. I think it's faring on pretty well, and I don't think we'll run into much more as we get into it. Just looking at Landys and a little bit left there, Raila Odinga, and some traffic getting out to Raila Odinga Way, with traffic then getting out towards Ngong Road. But I think we'll be able to traverse our way through the city without too much of an issue moving forward. Let's talk through the morning, shall we, on Spice FM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, continuing with conversations this morning, and as we continue, CT, you had a burning one as we went through.
Not exactly burning, but I was thinking, even as I look at the discussion that is around the comparison, you're talking about a curriculum that is, 30 years old compared to ours, and the need to constantly change it. I mean, from the position of someone like you who's an educationist, is it really necessary to keep changing this curriculum of ours? Does it really serve a purpose?
Yeah, it does, because, as the world advances, it comes up with different needs. And the job market changes. And therefore, you must keep on evaluating your curriculum. Is it really serving the purpose? For example, what are the main key things that we want to address, that we want our education to address? So if you realize, if you check on that, we question that and we realize that, there is a gap somewhere in terms of maybe some of the jobs which were offered so many years back are no longer there, then it is important for us to review our curriculum. So yes, because even the British curriculum we are talking about, actually they keep on reviewing it.
Yes.
3 years, after 3 years, sometimes 2 years, they keep on reviewing it.
But do we review ours really? Ours an overhaul. I mean, just sincerely think.
Yes.
844 was an overhaul. Books changed, everything changes. CBC. I'm asking this because what you say is true. You do need to tailor make your curriculum to suit your needs. But do we have to make these huge changes? Because ours, as I said, is like you're starting from scratch, and yet it's like arguing that some of the core subjects that we have taught before, we also know that even with the subject matter, there are things you need to change within the curriculum, again, to meet the needs of the time. But ours isn't just changing. That's why we give it even a different name. You give it 844, changed. We CBC now. CBC is even a bigger overhaul because even the focus and the emphasis is completely different from anything we've had before. There's certain elements that were in the 844, but you see, that's where the challenge comes in. The challenges came in with matters of resources. But then the 844 system on paper was an excellent system. Believe me, it was excellent. I know because I was a teacher then.
Right.
Okay? The CBC on paper is an excellent system. But again, whatever bedeviled the 844 is likely to bedevil it. It's called resources. Human resource, first of all, and then material resource that you will need to make sure that it actually works. It is against this background that I asked, are these overwhelming changes absolutely necessary? Because in my mind, it seems to derail and destabilize the education system. That is how I see it.
Yeah, and actually, if you look at, you see, when you are overhauling the entire education system, it becomes very expensive, costly.
Yes.
And that is why you are seeing a lot of struggle in terms of teacher training, materials, publishing materials, learning materials. It is really costly. But I think want to believe that the government did the due diligence in terms of analyzing the needs. And this is something maybe it was very important. If it was just rolled out slowly by slowly and really being examined in terms of the cost effects, I think it would have informed the way it was supposed to be rolled out, rather than just saying that you are rolling it from PP1 all the year all the way to the other side. So, but City, we are here.
I am aware we are here, and I'm being a revisionist for one reason.
Yes.
So that we don't keep doing this to those who are supposed to be learning. The previous system may have had things that required changing, but it didn't need a complete overhaul. It did not. Yeah. That is really my point. It did not. Because when we talk about comparing the British system and what we then have, perhaps one of the reasons why people are preferring the British system is because it is stabler.
Very stable, yes, exactly.
You know, it has international recognition. That's what time does for a certain curriculum. When you introduce a new curriculum, there is always the question of, okay, does it meet international standards? It may meet, but does it? It's a question. The system that we had before was already accepted. We knew the 844 meets international, and our students who've gone abroad have done us proud. It's clear it works. Now, you change it, you start that journey again. Because the people who are out there don't know it. If we are trying to figure it out and to see how best it's going to work, what do you think those who are out there, because it's a global economy.
Indeed it is. So then, Benson, do you see that even with the change of the curriculum, that you basically had to do what City is saying, to backtrack? You have to now, you basically start from number one. And a point that you raised is that with an internationally recognized system, that you didn't start all over again.
No.
You improved as you went along.
Yes,
you said, okay, well, we see that this might be an issue. We're going to remain within the same foundation, but we're going to tweak things here and there to make sure that it gets better. So with that, did we actually see that we've had to regress as opposed to progress?
Actually, stability in the curriculum is very critical. It's very important. And that is why this British international curriculum is acclaimed. You know, it's really welcomed by so many, over 10,000 schools and 160 countries. That's huge. But just as City put it, you know, already we were somewhere. So it's like we are beginning our story again.
Yes, we are.
We are beginning our story. So it will take time to convince the globe, you know, all other regions that we are doing the right thing. But again, I think with maybe with what is happening now, because we are exporting our people to other countries, maybe they will also create an impact very soon, City, so that they can recognize.
I do agree. You see, look at our university education. Yeah. We do tinker with courses. You look at a course that was there before, you rename it, you give it to, but it meets the needs of the time. Even courses that are considered standard, whether it is education, whether it is engineering, they're still tweaked because there are things. We knew of electrical engineering, then came electronic engineering. Now you have digital engineering. These things keep coming up. But those courses that existed before didn't go anywhere. All they did was tweak it so that it meets the needs of the time. So when it comes to then institutions of higher learning, we are equal to the task even internationally because we are doing what everybody else does. But then when we come lower down, we seem to be disadvantaging our students. Because when it is new, even the students everybody has to adjust to it. And to get to the point where it becomes normalized, it takes time. And in that process, a lot is lost.
Yeah, exactly. And we just need to ensure that maybe with the new minister, you know, there is a conversation going on, and I know it's going to take the feedback so seriously as well, in terms of is there so much that we can borrow to, because it's still being enriched. Yes. It's still being enriched. So the opinion is quite very valid in terms of, is there something that, for example, when you are talking about home science, there was home science somewhere. Yep. When you are talking of music, there was music somewhere.
There was.
So what happened along the way? So yes, it's a good thing in terms of competency, in terms of really getting students involved in these processes. Yes, it is doing a good thing. A lot of engagement now, and they can do activities. You are really working on the values. But still, yes, we need to stabilize it. Maybe moving forward, before we now review and overhaul the entire CBC at one particular point, yes, because the cost will still be high. Oh my goodness! It can be enriched, kind of, so that the way the international curricula is actually doing, enriching it yearly.
Do we find that there are folks who are opting then for the British curriculum system because of these things that we've talked about?
Yes, we've seen a huge actually shift. Yeah, we have seen so many parents now moving. Remember, the international curriculum has been a preserve for the elite, and we were not seeing most middle class really getting in and all that. But from 2017, I think when the CBC was rolled, we have seen so many coming in, joining, which is a good thing. All this, all this education, we are all trying to really improve and upscale the student. So that is our interest. So if you choose the international curriculum, the CBC or the CBC, yes, there is something you achieve. But then we have seen growth. Even outside, we have seen so many schools coming up, international schools now coming up. Where were they so many years back? Where were they? There were very few international schools known. You could mention them. This, and that.
There were actually even private schools at a time when the schools to go to were the public schools.
Yeah.
And the people went to public schools. Very few people actually bothered to go to the private school. There weren't many. International schools were even fewer. And the reason, again, the stability of that particular curriculum, because it afforded you the very same thing that so-called international school could afford you.
So we're not saying, and I think that's the thing that people say, okay, so the way we took 844 and, dumped it out the window, are we saying, we're not saying now that you take this new curriculum and chuck it out the window as well, but what are things that actually can be improved or can be reevaluated, re-examined about this? Because it's been with us now for the last 5 or so odd years, 6, 7, and now we're looking at a greater implementation because we started off with just a few classes and then I've started to move up, whereby last year we had the last class 8, right? And then for this in the next 2 years will be the last Form 4 of that's 2027. So what are we saying that can be re-looked at, re-evaluated and say, okay, let's see how we can make it a little bit better? Is that a long enough period to say that it has been given a chance to punch above its weight? Has it really been given an opportunity to show what it can really do before we now start saying, okay, well, let's look at it a little bit more and see where we can improve? We've talked about, a British system that has been around for yonks. And now we are saying 7 years into a new curriculum for Kenya, is it necessary to give it an opportunity to see what it can bear? Or say, no, even now, something needs to be done about it?
Yeah, great. I think it's very important for us to give CBC a chance. It's a good move. And I'll give an example of schools like Kitengela International School. You realize that we create a whole week, whereby students showcase what they have in STEM. And we invite parents, not only our parents, even people from different areas to come and see what it means to implement the CBC program. And our teachers have been trained in understanding that. So we also have what is called the Diversity Week, Entrepreneurship Week. So they come and see actually what the intention, the promise. This is what the CBC promised, and this is how it is supposed to be delivered. So we must give it a chance. There is still learning taking place. And you remember, even at the teachers training colleges, they just introduced the new curriculum, trying to align the teachers coming out to this. And this is happening even at our universities. So yes, it is important that we give it a chance. It's too early for us to say that, no. But again, we are insisting that as we are giving it a chance, we want it to be stable. For example, when you are talking about digital literacy, how do we equip our schools to offer that? And not only the schools in urban centers. Think about the schools in rural areas, deeper areas, like even in the northern, the Marsabit, the Turkana regions, and even other areas as well. So that whatever a student is getting in Nairobi, a student somewhere in Marsabit can as well achieve, so that you don't only advantage the ones who can, access. You tell them, go and print this. Maybe there's no printer, there is no power. Thank God now the last mile is really expanding. Maybe we'll benefit so many schools.
So it's a big issue. It's a resource issue, isn't it?
Really?
That when we look at this curriculum, when it's going to test competencies, that there's certain things that you need to then employ to ensure that you can actually do that. Because now you open up the bin isn't it? That so many things now, if like you say, digital, that means that there's certain things that you're going to have. You're going to have connectivity. You have to be within the four walls of a classroom. You need to have internet. You need to have, if we're testing you physical education and saying swimming, my goodness, you must be within close proximity to a swimming pool or at least have one, whereby we are still dealing with schools that don't have some of these amenities. How can we deliver a curriculum without the resources that are required to do so? And can you really say that a curriculum is being delivered if you don't have an equilibrium of this delivery of resources across board?
That's the challenge we have. And maybe the other time I saw some students really swimming in the dust. They were being taught some skills in swimming, the butterfly, the free styles and all that. And this was happening on a ground with a bit of stones here and there. So definitely, I feel that it's not being fair maybe to some of these schools. But again, there is a way, there is collaboration. For example, if you look at our space where we are, we've allowed schools, the nearby schools, the schools in Kajiado, the ones which are not having swimming pools, we have a swimming pool. They can come. Yes, and learn this particular skill. And we support them. Kitagala School will support them in realizing that. We have a very expansive field. They can come and try this. We talk of basketball. They can, they can try this. So I think there should be some schools, within these particular regions. The government should be very intentional in upgrading the systems of these particular schools, so that it doesn't become just a school thing. It's given a government approach, so that these students can be taken to this particular, they can have a program, a schedule. That one at least will scale them. We might not realize it at 100%, but will not be at 10%. So there will be some progress within that particular area. So we really need to have these schools, specific schools, to help in achieving this promise that the government is actually trying to work on. Yeah, and maybe if you look at it, I've seen, I've benchmarked with some schools outside the country. For example, I visited some schools in Moscow just to see how they are working. We have some schools, like we call them the gymnasiums, whereby the government is really investing in these particular schools, improving their facilities so that they can handle some kind of students.
Yes.
So from the grassroots, there is a competition that by the end of the day, I am keen on STEM. I want to be in that particular school.
Sure.
So schools like MSU or Rakus University, you see, they are really working so much. And corporations are also coming in to support, not only the government. We have foundations like Melnichenko. They are really investing in that education, in that STEM, so that there can be progress. And the students will be competing to join this. The corporations are investing in them. So it's a concerted effort rather than just leaving it for one unit to run it. It might not achieve much.
I think that's interesting that you say that, because even going into a new system, and maybe you could look at like a buddy system, just like you're saying, Kitengela International has access to these amenities because provided that. But then you can have a buddy system whereby other schools in the area will then be able to pick up on that until you're able to develop. Wouldn't that be something that you could actually map out and say, look, we are trying to deliver this, let us start in this way where we can have a buddy up system? But that's something that would need to come directly from the ministry, as it were, isn't it?
Exactly. Because you'll realize that, you see, we have zones.
Yeah.
You realize that maybe a zone is having 30 schools or 35 schools. You can identify schools of excellence. You see, the ministry is being intentional to this to support these particular schools. So within these 35 schools, there might be sub-counties, different sub-counties, and in every sub-county, you have that model school that really helps in achieving what the government intends. And that one will also help the teachers to understand that when I'm talking about this geography, how is it supposed to be delivered? You have a model school. Here, I'm telling you, I want you to leave her on physical education. But then there is no observation, there is no collaboration with any other body so that you can work. So the collaboration must be enhanced, even at the ministry level. And they must also work with the private schools as well. So the private schools can as well contribute, because students are not private. The schools might be private, but the children belong to the country. So we'll be happy to have them coming in also, just to see, to benchmark on how we are doing it. So best practices. That is how you grow. Slowly by slowly, we'll be there.
What role do you think education officers play here? Because, education officers, by dint of law, have seconded by, the ministry and said, every now and then you need to check, assess. Quality assessment in terms of a new curriculum also is just as important. Can that role be enhanced? Do you think that it can actually make it better?
It can be enhanced. Look at, if you look at how maybe the former education minister sometimes used to go to schools to check what is going on. You can remember at one point asking, where is the Kiswahili teacher in this particular place? Where is the so-and-so teacher this? But you say, how many schools will the minister visit? So the role of these officers, educational officers, at the quality assurance officers, is quite critical, in visiting the local schools and ensuring that. But they should also understand, because they are officers, they are understanding the process, they are understanding the curriculum, and they are understanding the methodology, which should be used in delivering that particular curriculum. So they must be intentional in terms of maybe have a map, for example, in 1 week or 2 weeks at the beginning of the term.
Yes.
How many? We are starting a new academic year. How many schools am I supposed to visit? And have I identified some of the schools as within my sub-county that we can really use as model schools? That one will help a lot. But of course, we are not expecting them just to be in the office. We want them to be in the field and move around, so that they can also give proper guidance or feedback to the ministry and even the stakeholders that, based on what the information that we have collected, there is a gap here. Gap based on evidence, not theory.
Yes.
Yes. That one will help a lot.
At Kitengela, you offer both systems. For teachers, for practitioners, which have you seen with its, I'm sure there are challenges across board, but which has been navigable in being able to then deliver an education?
I'll say, in all, we have managed to navigate comfortably. It's because of the input, what we are putting in every section. For example, right now we know for the British International Curriculum, we know when you start your early years, you do it all the way to year 11. That is not all.
Okay.
That is not enough. So we have an A-level campus, which now enables you to grow,
right?
To the next level, so that after A level, now you are ripe for the university, for that transition. And we have teachers just specifically handling that. So we don't mix this teacher coming for teaching CBC and at the same time teaching international curriculum.
So
no,
it's not mixing.
Clear separation between the two.
Okay.
And then now we have our the CBC teachers, and we invest in them. We also partner with a number of organizations beyond the borders, so that because there are places where this has worked, what are some of the things that they did right, and I think this is something we are doing for our teachers. So it has helped us a lot to navigate.
Fantastic.
It becomes a challenge for schools, especially if you don't have the right manpower, you can't sustain those teachers in those particular places. So you keep on fumbling all the time. So we're happy that Kitengela International School is achieving this and is navigating it well across.
Fantastic, and thank you for being part of this conversation this morning. Of course, it's a work in progress, continuing to see how we can actually deliver the best of education to children around the country. Benson Adia has been our guest this hour. He's a senior school administrator and curriculum implementation expert at Kitengela International Schools. Thank you for helping us also as we close out this conversation for this morning. The Situation Room is back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. God willing. Have a wonderful day. It's 10:01.